Hello, 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 hello. Oh, the cat moved. Who's in here? Let me just going up in your neck. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Zal, how's it going? Long-awaited return. Hells yeah. I'm here, I'm here. Watervane, hello. Waving. Waving emoji. What time do you call this? I call it 1:32 a.m. I call it 1:32 a.m. and coffee. You know how it is, you know. You know when you're just like, I'm sure all of you can relate. But when it's like 10:30 or 11, when you wake up from having like a nap, and then you're like, oh, it's kind of like, it's too late to start streaming, so I'm just gonna like bum around tonight and just like, you know, watch trash anime and, you know, do the usual stuff. And then you do that, and then you're like, what am I doing? Why am I not streaming? I'm just gonna stream anyway, you know. That's me. That's me. What lights do you use? Are those Govi? They are Yongnuo. Or Yongnuo. They're the Yongnuo 360s. And then I have a big man up here. Looks like that up there. That one. Oh, shoot. I think that one's a... I can't read the label on it. It's same brand. They're just like cheapish. Oh, they're not even like cheap, but they're like Chinese. And they're so good. I've never had any issues with them. David, how's it going? I'm up at 3:32 a.m. GameDev hours. Right? Why aren't you streaming? What are you doing? How are we supposed to get waifu 3D modeling content if Jed's not streaming? Okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Why is there a cat hair everywhere? Spot on my monitor. It's gone. What are you watching, Jet? What have you been watching? New season started this week. So much epic new trash of recycled ideas, and it's so good. What if we just like copied this other anime, but we just changed one thing, like the color of the protagonist's hair, and it's like, I'll fucking watch that. I'll watch that. I would watch the shit out of it. And I do. I do. I'd like to have a partner in GameDev. Do you mean like a friendly partner? Like a business partner? Or are you talking about a business partner? This is what the start of a stream looks like? No, this is just a dream, so oh my god, I dropped my fucking mouse. Oh no, it's coming apart. Oh shit. I knew I shouldn't have. Oh no, now I have to take it apart. Oh goddamn. What have I done? Just happens all the time. You know when you like decide, hey, I'm gonna like not put all the screws back in my mouse because it keeps like jamming and stuff, and I have to keep taking it apart, and I'm so sick of taking the little pads off the bottom and stuff. Well, yeah. That's me. But then when you don't put the screws and stuff back in, it just like falls apart super easy. That doesn't feel right. You need to... Oh, that's better. It sounds like clicking. Nice. Solid. Yep, right, yeah, cool. All right. Let's do some work. So, what were we doing last time? I don't know if we're going to get anything done this session. I don't know. Let me just move my monitor over slightly. Oh, there it goes. Prismatica U project. All right. Let's rock today. Would I hire you? You know what? If I had money, still probably no. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that I'm a lone wolf. I'm a Sigma game dev. Absolute Sigma game dev. All right. Let's rock today. Sigma, that's it. No, I mean I've got no issues working with other people on the other end. Like I have zero problems working on other people's stuff. But it's just when people are getting their grubby hands all over my, you know, all over my stuff. It's not like, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, would you guys let a stranger, you know, just take your kid out to get ice cream? Like, no, it's weird. It's, it's the same with a game project. Ooh, that was a big jump. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'm just a bit, I don't know. I feel like I am a bit... I don't know. I feel like I just always feel like... Oh, this is like... Especially like when money's involved. Like, oh, this is taking too long, or like, I could do it better, or blah, blah, blah. Or just like... Or do something a different way, not a better way. Or like a way that I understand, or that makes more sense to me. But yeah. Anyway, here's our world. Here's our little simulated world thing. What I did last time, let's also go, what's it called? R.streaming. Size 4,000. All right, so what I did, I got the wind deflect. Well, first of all, I'm debug drawing the wind as debug lines, so we can actually see direction properly. So now it all kind of looks like a topographical, not topographical. What's it called? A meteorological chart or some shit. Let me just get in there. There you go. No. Okay. So what you see here is the wind deflecting around mountains. Very cool. And so, like, funnily enough, we have emergent weather. Wow, crazy. Emergent weather going through this valley. Like, it's just doing that. I didn't tell it to do that. It's just simply doing that of its own free will. The game has a mind of its own. Yeah, that's as far as I got. That's as far as I've gotten. So, I don't know. It's a bit, it's a bit sad. I mean, look, I think it's cool. I think it's kind of like, look at it doing its thing. Look at that rainbow. Look at that damn rainbow. It's just chilling. It's running on the CPU. Yeah, so this is a CPU sim. But it's just doing a rolling, almost like a camera rolling shutter, where it goes, you know, it scans from top to bottom one at a time. Although I'm doing like 40 at a time right now. 40 cells. But the idea is that as long as the wind speeds don't go too high, then this can update as slow. You know, we could do like literally 1 cell per frame if we really wanted to, and it would be fine. So, yeah, that's something. It's doing something. Something's happening. Prismatica morning weather report. Exactly. But yeah, no, I need to first tie the deflection factor. Well, there's kind of 2 things I need to do. First of all, the deflection factor has to be related to the delta somehow. Which would be this dot, blah, blah, blah. And so then the dot. So when the dot is negative, we get this. When the dot is positive, we get this. We add them together. And then we essentially do a thingo. Oh, now my audio's gone all fucky. Happens every time. There we go. Would it be possible to do this via Niagara particle export data for GPU particles now that's a thing? So, I had thought about that. But the... Oh my god. What is wrong with my audio? The thing is, though, with doing, like, GPU simulation stuff, it can get a little bit fricky. Kind of with like execution order and also modularity and also like staggering the simulation. Because, like, you know, if we were doing like this huge thing and there's like, I don't know how many simulation layers, there might be up to like 20 simulation data layers. So, like, you know, wind is one, temperature is the other, you know, precipitation, humidification, snow, icification, you know, groundwater, evaporation, I guess that's just temperature, sun exposure, just like all these different things, and like, you know, adding and removing them in Niagara is a mad pain in the ass. As well as like, I mean, yeah, again, I don't really know how efficient the data export is, but when it comes to like doing all these update systems, I like to think of like, I'm gonna do at least one thing every single frame, and then, you know, and no more, and just like, you know, spread it out over multiple frames. Rather than doing, for example, putting something on a 1-second timer and then every second doing this really heavy calculation that causes a frame stutter. Which, like, when your game's running at 110 FPS and it drops down to 105 FPS every 1 second for one frame, you probably don't notice it. But when you start to do that more and more, and you've just got all these completely different systems taking up different amounts of compute time on a bunch of different frames, it's like, it just feels wrong. So, yeah. I feel like it's almost more performant to do this on the CPU as a rolling update. Rolling update to, what's it called? I can't remember. So someone tried recently on here, checking his buy-in boundaries, mostly speed up his chase, but in all fairness, he didn't care about consistency. It's just during loading. Yeah, okay. So I'm guessing in that case, he was using Niagara to, like, read from an RVT or a render target or something. So you just send in a coordinate into the Niagara with the you know, with the data, the GPU data assigned to it, and then you can just read back from it. Yep. Yeah, I don't know how I feel. I mean, obviously I'm not like a, you know, fucking computer person. You know, do I look like I have a brain? But I don't know, it kind of just feels weird for, like, the truth to exist on the GPU. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just feels wrong. To, like, use the GPU for gameplay related things. So I don't know, maybe I need some convincing. Maybe I'm just, like, cautious. I was thinking of doing it maybe for the, even for the buoyancy stuff. It's probably just better to do CPU. Well, fuck, it depends. Because I understand that when you're doing GPU callback stuff, it's doing it the frame after. So like the GPU's already sorted all its shit out. It's got the values. And then it says, yep, okay, yep, we're ready to go. And then on the next cycle, and you know, it has like, it has all of that time, you know. If the Niagara stuff calculates its shit at the start of the GPU frame, or the GPU's, you know, compute time, then by the time it's ready, you know, for the next CPU frame, it's just ready to go. So, like, in theory, it should have no real cost. And, like, you know, the GPU's always talking back to the CPU on some level. But it just feels bad. I don't know. How can we have emotional responses to, like, whether we use the CPU or the GPU to do stuff? But yeah, if I was to use the GPU to do these big-ass grid simulations, I'd have to do all of it in one, you know, one Niagara Grid 2D pass. I wouldn't really be able to just, like, do some of them, because that defeats the entire purpose of using the GPU in the first place, which is to be able to parallel process all of this shit all in one call. Whereas with the CPU, I can just go through and do one cell at a time if I really wanted to. And you know, and stagger it over multiple frames. Although I guess on the GPU, I could be like, okay, let's update it every you know, let's do it every 10th frame or something. But then we run into the other issue that I was talking about earlier, where we're doing like sparse or intermittent heavy operations. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the best sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What FPS are you aiming for? 120 FPS. Well, on my system, but like minimum 60 FPS for everyone else. If you want to go with CPU, get ready to implement C++ and multi-threading support. That's actually what I was planning. You could do a cell in the GPU every frame. Yeah, but if I do it if I do one cell every frame in the GPU, then what's the point, you know? We would just be doing one cell instead of, you know, the GPU can calculate heaps of shit all in one go. As long as they all have the same instruction, you know? That's kind of what GPUs are made for. But yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Multi-threading UE is kind of weird. Yeah, but I mean, this system doesn't really need... Like, I know there's weird stuff about, like... Oh, you meant the cell chunks. Gotcha. Like, do one... Yeah. I get ya. But yeah, with multi-threading... This... It would be fine because nothing from like, well, nothing usually, you know, at the gameplay level is going to be, actually, that's probably not, probably not true, because the whole point of it is that it's an adaptive system. And of course, if it's a lot of data. Well, you see, the thing is that we might only need to, you know, if it's doing, you know, a few cells on another thread and then handing off its data, then it might only be like 8, you know, 8 vector values per frame or something. Parallel forward on how it distributes the load. Yeah, I haven't. I don't know. I don't know. Sounds weird. The only thing about doing them all in parallel is that the way I'm actually doing the simulation, at least for the wind, is so like if we look in Paint, right? The traditional, you know, advection simulation would be like, you know, here's all of our values, our you know, wind direction values. Maybe it's doing that, and like this is kind of doing that a little bit, and this is like, oh, it's a nice little skinny boy, and then you're just, you know, you're going up. And then this one's going diagonal, and this one's going kind of uppish, whatever. So usually what we would do is be like, here's this guy. Let's do a kernel. Let's get like the average of all the surrounding cells. So that might equate to like maybe, you know, this-ish. And then let's go backwards from that and sample this point here, and then set that as the new value. And that way, you know, it's just for this cell, it can set its new value by sampling, you know, the buffer. And you know, inheriting that value. And that essentially, you know, means everything kind of ends up moving and shit. But the way that I'm doing it, because I knew it was going to be CPU, is that we run, let's just say there's a few more cells up here. We go like, we calculate the data, or well, actually we're not calculating the data, we're pushing the data around. So we do, for this cell, this is the direction, you know, and we're going to be like, okay, well then, like, this much of it goes into here, and this much goes into here, and this much goes into here, and then on the next cell, it's like, okay, yeah, well, more of it's going into here, we're going to add a tiny bit of it to here, and a tiny, tiny bit of it to here, and then once we get 2 lines deeper, we can then lock in those values, because we know that there aren't going to be any further changes. And so that is when we draw them to the render target, or tell the render target to update that pixel. And so, you know, we like to move the wind around and to change the wind values, we only ever have to dick with a maximum of 3 other cells instead of doing all 9 per thingo. Could also turn the system off when you ain't using it. That's what I do with my data packet. Well, the idea is that this system is always happening. Like, it never stops. and it never turns off where we're not using it, because it's about, like, persistence and consistency and off-screen events, you know, happening and whatnot. Like, you can rock up to a mountain village and it's already been snowed in. Or you can rock up to some other village and they've been suffering from a drought because it hasn't rained there. And whatnot. Or somewhere's flooded, you know? So that's kind of the idea, is that, yeah, this always runs in the background. And then, like, for the player, and keep in mind, this system, at least the way I've got it configured right now, is like... This is how big a person is. Right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, we're pretty... It's pretty large scale. Can you use Octree to make the grid more density of the player? No. So I just want to do it like a fixed grid. But I want to interpolate the values around the player. So you can see, like, because I'm only updating 8 cells per frame, you can see that, like, this one, yeah, when they update, it can be a little bit jerky. So the idea is that the cell, or the cells that the player is near, or can see, or would be able to see, like, a visual change in. You know, if it was something like, oh, the snow falling and snow blanketing, you know, this entire region. Or, like, you know, the waves getting super choppy in this area in particular, then they would be interpolated so it just looks smoother. Interpolate everywhere, we get more data near the player. I don't know. It's not really necessary, and that data will then just get discarded as we move away from that place, you know? Like, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, instead of being every 100 meters, it's like, okay, while we're here, it's every 50 meters or 25 meters that each cell is taking up, if we, you know, octreat it. Or quad-treat it, I guess. But then it's like, when we move away from there, what do we do with that data? You know, do we keep it? And whatnot? And then also, on top of that, how do we represent that as, like, you know, on the GPU side of things? With, like, divided, or, like, infinitely subdividing cells and stuff. There's a magic number based on FOV and distance where interpolation doesn't make sense because the movement would still be sub-pixel. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking, actually, Barter, what I might do is have, like, a rolling interpolation for the distant stuff. So it's like, okay, this one updates, this one updates, this one updates, this one updates, you know, going like this. But then just have, you know, like the previous 60 values in like a rolling interpolation, you know. So this one just got updated and written, and this one will just be about to finish its interpolation to its new value. And And so, like, it might not look... Like, ideally what I'd want to do around the player is however long the update cycle is taking to go over the entire simulation, I'd want to use that value, which might be like 10 seconds or something. I'd want to interpolate it over that amount of time so that, you know, we calculate that, okay, like an absolute shit ton of snow is falling around the player, but we need to interpolate towards that new value. Same with like the wind and the everything else. Whereas the ones that are kind of in the distance, I feel like as long as they're not popping, as long as it's not like, oh, there's like 50% snow coverage and then bam, it's 55% snow coverage. I feel like even with a 1 second interpolation, then it would still look fine, I guess. Assembling the normal map to see what would block the wind. Yeah, so I'm just doing a... you know, we pre-compute the kind of world's normals. And then... if the wind is blowing... If the dot product of the wind to the slope is... well, -1 or 1, so like it's going straight against it or with it to some degree, even if it's a diagonal, then we start to bend the wind without... So like the way that I'm bending the wind is we get the normalized direction and we get the normalized dot product, and then we lerp between them. And then... So we lerp between them, then normalize it, and then multiply it by the original length. So we never actually lose wind strength if the wind just, like, yeets itself into a mountain. We only ever deflect it. Otherwise, the wind would just die out way too quickly. But I need to... This needs to be factored by the delta. So the time that this was last updated is going to go here. The dot is going to go here. And then this is like the wind deflection factor. So if I set this to like 1, then the wind would kind of completely... You see on the next update, the wind is just going to, like, yeah, absolutely just scorch on around the mountain, like, immediately. And we're going to get this valley wind super quickly. But in reality, wind would actually be moving over the mountain. It would be very... It should be a very subtle kind of deflection. So... yeah. How do you sample the wind? How do you know it's near the mountain? Well, I mean, the wind is just a grid of values. So the wind isn't... I mean, none of it's real, you know? And the way that we know it's near the mountain is that we pre-compute a grid of values for the terrain. So we have the terrain elevation and the terrain normals. And then, you know, all of these grid points on this render target all correspond to a cell that the wind is in as well. So there's a cell for every wind value. And each like little dot here has, well, a corresponding value for every simulation data type. So this dot here is going to have an elevation, a normal, a temperature, humidity, cloud coverage, you know, or whatever. Is it a point in this having the win sim be higher resolution than the normal map, or am I underthinking this? No, it's at the same resolution as the normal map. This normal map that we see here, or this terrain, the way we actually compute this value, or these values, is by doing, like, per cell, we're doing 9 gigantic sphere traces, and getting the average elevation from that. So if there's, like, kind of bumps like this, there's a very low chance that all of our traces hit, you know, down here. So it's almost like it's almost maximal to some degree. And then yeah, we get the average normals from those big sphere traces as well. Yeah, it's 40 by 40 at the moment. Oh, that's the wrong manager. Here it is. Yeah, 40 by 40. Each cell is 300 meters. The original idea, and, you know, I'll test it right now, was to do... Oh, this is gonna... No, that's fine. Was to do 100 meters per cell, which might be better to do anyway. I'm gonna have to load this fucking terrain thing. Let me just go in and... What was the calculate initial data? That's what I'm in. Distribution resolution. We'll do like a 2 by 2 instead of a 3 by 3, just because we're gonna have to do so many. And I don't want to wait here for like ever. Oh, you know what? We only have to do it once, so let's just be super accurate. Shouldn't sound with the RVT. Well, I can't really do that on the CPU. So I'm pre-generating a CPU version of, you know, of the world's data. The other thing to keep in mind is that all of this is still running, and all of this still needs to run when all of this is just completely unloaded. So, you know, like, at least in my game, because it's top-down, we could be in this area and just have, like, this section of the landscape loaded in general. Which means that, like, all the way over here, we still need to know what the elevation is of the world. So doing an RVT, you know, an RVT would have empty tiles over here if this was all not being rendered or not being loaded. Alright, let's go terrain. And we go calculate initial data, and now we wait. So I think doing 100 meter cells takes us from like 1600 array elements to like 14,000 or something. This one thing is the entire map. Yeah. Well, it's not my actual game's entire map, but like it's an example of... I mean, the system will be done for the entire map. Or potentially just like an entire continent. And you could maybe have a separate one for a different continent. Okay, there we go. 14,000 array element. Oh, why are you still laggy? Oh, it's because of the... Each pyramid screws perspective scale, so I think you haven't noticed this stuff. Yeah, right. Gotcha. Yeah, no, a character is very small. The reason this big pyramid is there is because I... Was that still... Oh, yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to test the wind deflecting properly. And now it just chills there, so... let me just get the debug drawman and initialize and clear. Yeah, update all your dudes. Yeah. And now this is, yeah, 120 by 120. Mountains around that are... Yeah. These are like full-scale mountains. And a character is like... I mean, I had it before. Character is this big. So yeah, that's kind of the scale of the system. I wonder if it will... Oh, but what's our delta going to be now? Because this is going to be... Yeah, look at it go. It's so angry. It's so angry. I'm only doing like 8 updates per. Minimum height for a mountain is 3,000 meters, so you can't call those full scale. 3,000 meters. Yeah, maybe they're not actually. Maybe they're more like hills. But yeah, look, here it goes. Look, it's doing wind stuff. I wonder how long the update cycle is taking doing it like this. At least it seems to be fine. Although I can't see shit because all of these are too close together. Look at it just zooming. Then it starts again. So level of abstraction and realistic, even realistic needs to, for fun anyway, could you imagine having to climb one of those a week at a time? Yeah, exactly. Well, here's the thing, right? You could let it take a week at a time to climb a mountain because the days are shorter, you know? That's kind of one thing that I've thought about a lot, like design-wise, is like the kind of keeping things, I don't know, some things need to be there's like thresholds where some things need to be sped up more than others. Like, you know, okay, like eating a meal in real life, you know, maybe takes 10 or 15 minutes, depending on what it is and whether you're rushing or not. And so if you condense that down into, let's say a day in game is 24 minutes. And so you could say, okay, well then, that 15 minutes of eating the meal could be distilled into like a 15-second... Wait, would it be 15 second or 0.15 seconds? 24 hours. 24 hours condensed into 24 minutes. So we're going basically up an order. So yeah, in that case, like, yeah, a 15-second eating animation, whatever, that's like reasonable. For like, characters kind of sitting down, eating some food, whatever. If you were playing like, if you were playing The Sims, then, that kind of makes sense. But then you look at things like planting crops, in real life, crops take months, before they're ready to harvest. And so it's like, do you know what I mean? How do you condense that down time-wise in a game without it being a pain in the ass? Tony minutes to get from York to London, which is 4 hours by train. Yeah, but like, it probably still feels like, in terms of like gameplay time, it probably still feels like a decent trek. Orange traces the directions? Yeah. Well, just colored lines are directions. Alright, I might tell this to chill and do 250 meters. Horizon, yeah. Well, it's like the higher the resolution is, I mean, I can probably get away with encapsulating this a bit better. Although, no, I guess you would want it, on the oceans and stuff, because the wind and everything still goes on here, so yeah. But yeah, I think I might chill it down to 250 meters. Someone asked earlier. Sorry, I've got distracted. How will biomes affect the weather? It was you, Ahmad. How would biomes affect the weather? Well, you see, the thing is that in a system like this, it's the weather that creates the biomes in the first place. It's actually the placement of mountains versus oceans versus, elevation, versus, position on the simulated equator of the world versus the amount of sun that it gets per day to actually, create the biomes. Which I think is really cool, It's gonna simulate moon position for tides, and it will affect wild animal activity. I mean, you say that as a joke, but like, there has to be tides. The oceans need tides. Like, the oceans can't just not have tides. Think of all the cool gameplay implications of like, oh yeah, you can only get to this island when the tide's low. And then, if you don't make it back out in time, all of the wild animals come out at night and, go hunting. And then you're stuck on the island. That would be sick. That would be sick. Right, 250 computer grid resolution, draw debug grid. I think that's fine. Yeah. Reinitialize. Let's do that. Yeah. Go terrain. So now it's 48 by 48. Which I still feel like is... Maybe we'll go down to 200. Procession gets complicated. You need to have longer tide cycles than days, because otherwise you're going to get 10 minutes to cross the ocean. Yeah. Well, see, that's where, like, fantasy and science fiction comes in. Because it's like... I mean, at least in my world, there isn't a moon. I mean, there isn't a moon, but there are still tides, but the tides are kind of locked to... How do I even put it? So, like, okay, so... the world is a flat Earth, right? Flat Earth. Sun's in the middle. Well, it's actually a donut Earth, right? Donut Earth. We're getting a law drop. There's a sun. And the sun moves up through the hole, you know. Up and then down again. Now, the sun itself... So, gravity in the universe is... I don't even know how to explain it. Gravity's kind of just an up and down... You know, like obviously in our physics, gravity is like an omnidirectional... Well, in our physics, gravity doesn't actually exist. Gravity's not real. Gravity is an illusion caused by the bending of space-time, right? But we think gravity exists, or like it's perceptible that it's an omnidirectional force that pulls things. But anyway, we're getting way too deep into physics bullshit. But anyway, so the sun moves up and down through this donut, but then the donut itself moves up and down as well, right? And they all kind of oscillate around a kind of like equilibrium point in the universe that everything kind of tends towards. So the sun is going up and down, up and down, up and down in its own kind of... It's not really an orbit. Its own oscillation, I guess. And then the disk does the same thing. The disk moves up and down, but a bit slower and not as far. And so when the disk is up here, then the sun doesn't... You know, the days are shorter. The sun only rises for, like, this length and whatever. And then when the disk is down here, the sun is up for, like, you know, 2/3 of the day. So that's where the seasons come from. But you could argue that as the disk goes up and down, everything on the disk experiences some kind of inertia, so that when the disk is going up, or when the disk passes this point, everything technically gets lighter by some amount, which I may or may not factor in to the actual, like, you know, the weight of everything, or the effect of gravity on everything. Including like the player and stuff. Maybe it's like a 1% decrease in weight and then a 1% increase when it's, you know, when it's coming back up from being down this way. But anyway, you could say that the water, the oceans and stuff would kind of squish and unsquish. I don't fucking know. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know. 2 seconds of anti-gravity at the end of the night. Yeah, when it's going from here down to there. I mean, like the I'm just trying to think how tides could still be good, right? Because like let's say something so like minor spoilers, right? The reason that most things oscillate around the midpoint is that they're made up of like they're made up of like regular matter and this other matter called updog. And then they just reach equilibrium around this midpoint. But the humans, or the characters that you play as and interact with, are all made of regular stuff. Well, regular from their perspective. So if they fall off the world, then they just like fall, forever. Until eventually they pass a point where like matter just starts breaking down back into like some primordial fucking life force bullshit. And then that primordial life force bullshit kind of just osmoses back into the universe, which then gets, reconstitutionalized, reconstituted through fucking, I don't know, interdimensional crystal parallel dimension thingos. Basically like elemental crystals, but they're actually, it's how do I even put it? This is so like fucking harebrained. This is like some conspiracy shit. Something like a water spout to make tides viable or different? Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. So, giant water crystal things. Because, like, obviously, if there's fucking oceans and shit, a lot of that water is just gonna leak off, into the void. So, like, obviously the world is losing water constantly. And I guess the way it would replenish the water, right? Okay, this is okay. Now we're fucking cooking. Now we're cooking. Is that there's these giant veins of, fucking water crystal whatever. And get this, as the sun, which is also a giant rock, by the way, as it passes through the center, and it gets closer to these other, updog rocks or whatever, these other picos, then they spew out more water. And that's how the tides happen. So the tides rise quite quickly, but then they just drain out. And then as the sun comes back up again, you get another big swoosh of water. And then it goes back down over time. See, now we're just fucking... Oh, it's so... Oh! Let's save this one. It's called Updog. It's spinning, you can have water walls spinning straight up against the magnetic sphere of the world. Fuck. It's, look, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of stuff we can do. But the one thing, right? Also, I'll wait for the ad to finish, in case people are stuck in ads. But I think the one cool thing about doing a video game, rather than, like, writing a book, or... You know, it's 5 seconds till the ad finishes. I'll just wait. I'll wait. All right, the ad's done. So the cool thing, and this is kind of why I'm obsessed with like simulation systems and shit, is that instead of like writing a book or directing a movie or, you know, doing just like animation or whatever, where you can create these worlds and have all this cool world building and stuff, and then people have to kind of theorize and be like, oh, I wonder if like this happens, or I wonder what would happen if this, blah, blah, blah. With like a video game, you can literally simulate an alternate reality with like different laws of physics. And so I think it's really fascinating to work on this kind of bullshit where, like, you know, we can make it approximate real world stuff, but then just like make shit up. And then, you know. Biggest Log secret is that there's a second disc under your own. Dark World almost always in shadow, barring a couple of hours a day. It's always raining due to that falling water. Well, it would be raining upwards, you know. It would be raining upwards. Interesting simulations and procedural techniques. Want to take a serious look at Houdini? I've thought about looking into Houdini, but I feel like doing procedural world generation and like, you know, asset placement and stuff looks, you know, Houdini looks like the GOAT. But I feel like doing something like this that we're doing, where we're like simulating in real time based on in-gameplay factors. This is something that we can only really do in the engine, or like in the project where the game exists. What's that factor? Wait, is that? Yeah, actually. Wait, did I? I didn't re-dickify the thingo. Where is terrain? Gonna click you. Gonna wait 10 minutes for the frickin' slate widget array drop down to populate, even though it's not open. So like, why does it even exist? I don't know. It's a dumb bug. What a stupid... Whose stupid idea was it? Even though, like, these two arrays are not opened, it still loads all of those widgets. All 14,000 of them. Just so dumb. Yeah, Visaloo, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Has some really amazing results with a cliff tool I've been working on. Nice, nice. Is it actually generating a mesh in real time? I think handcrafted world with deep systems greater than procedural world. You could likely do the same systems of performance. Would take a huge hit. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think having a world that has some kind of, you know, direction to it, some, like, hand placing of things, will always feel better than a fully procedural one. But the way I think of it is like, everything that I create is just like the start point for everyone's game experience. And then from that moment that you hit play for the first time, the world just gets different and different for, like, every different person, you know? Like, I don't know. I guess I just want the game to not really be wikiable in a way. And but at the same time, for like you know, let's say there's like the starting location, and then up to the north there's like a little town or something. And so you can go to that town, and then someone else might go to that town, but it's flooded the first time they go there, and you know, all of the people are like starving because all of their crops got washed away. Whereas, like, for another player, that town might be their like home base, and they get to know all the NPCs there. And like there'll still be like a lot of handcrafted NPCs and like kind of stories and like a bigger picture kind of thing. But you know, think like Breath of the Wild, right? Or the other one, Breath of the Wild 2, whatever the fuck it was called. Imagine that, but like all of the other characters, well, almost like other players, you know? So, like, the main goal of the game is to still, you know, go and collect all the Pokemon or whatever. The fucking big guys. What are they? Divine Beasts. To catch all 4 Pokemon, and then go to the final gym and beat up Ganondorf. But everything else that happens on the way to that goal is like so variable, and might hinder or it might help, and like there's like literally infinite different journeys that you could take to, you know, get that goal. And then I think also with any kind of like fixed or like kind of authored story content or narratives or whatever, to have an element of randomization where it's like, you know, let's just like hide a key item in a completely different location for everyone's, you know, everyone's game. And then you have to actually go and investigate and ask NPCs and like, you know, gather clues from dungeons and shit. Maybe there's like some ancient text that like the text is different based on, you know, you can just like leave kind of trails like super easily. Which can like guide people in different directions to achieve the same thing. So yeah, you know, I've got ideas in my brain. Whether or not they come to fruition, probably not, because I keep getting distracted by reading chat. But luckily for for everyone interested, all of the systems that I create along the way are going to be available for people to use, you know. Whether that's to buy or just to download off GitHub and maybe or maybe not donate money or something. So like this whole weather climate bullshit system, you know, and anyone can take my version of it and implement it in their game if they wanted. Or take my, you know, shitty little framework and do stuff to it. So that even if I have these really stupid ideas, and then I, like, die before I finish any of them, it'll still be worth it, you know? Cool, how's it going? Yeah, I just, it was kind of like a weird point. I was like, I kind of had a nap, and then I woke up at like 10:30 or 11, And then I was like, oh, it's kind of too late to start streaming. And so I just like chilled out and watched some stuff. And then I was just like, I'm so awake and I just feel like working on things. So I'm just going to stream anyway. I'm just going to do it. All right, I wanted to do 200 meters per cell. What's what's that going to be? That's going to be like 100 by 100. No, maybe 250 is a good amount. You saying weather climate bullshit system made me realize you're probably going to have cow poop be warm to begin with. Yeah. And you know what? Because all objects they radiate heat, a viable strategy would be to keep your character warm by gathering up fresh cow poop and putting it in your backpack. Because that would then warm your backpack up, which would then transfer some of that heat to your character. So yeah, do you know what I mean? This is gameplay. Like, this is what games are missing. Games need poop strats. How'd you come up with that idea? I mean, but it's not even my idea to put fresh cow poop in a backpack to heat your character up. It's just a mechanic that exists from a very simple calculation, which is everything in an enclosed container will transfer their heat to one another. Or, well, the way the calculation goes is that everything in the backpack or in the container contributes to an average heat level. And then everything in the container then lerps towards that average heat level. And the outside of the backpack, well, the outside of the backpack or the container is affected by the ambient temperature, which is what we're doing now. But then it transfers that to the internal heat, which then gets converted, to the other shit. The other items. So it is possible to fill a backpack up with ice and then transport meat from one town to another town that usually... Or like fish. Fish is a good example. Let's say you've got like a consistent way to create ice or to get ice from somewhere. You could then take fish from the coast and bring it inland on ice, and it would be fresh, and people would pay like shit tons of money for it because it's so rare in that region. And that's just like, it's just like gameplay. Or maybe not fish. I mean, you can get fish in rivers and stuff, but like, crabs and other sea creatures and shit. That's the kind of stuff that, and like something like that, as long as you kind of onboard players with, some NPC dialogue, or like, you see like a trader and you're like, oh, hey, like, what are you transporting? Do you need someone to protect you or whatever? And they're like, oh yeah, sure, come along. And then while they're just on their little cart and you're just like chilling with them, it's like, they could tell you that, oh yeah, I'm transporting this to there because these people don't usually get this and this is like a lucrative opportunity or whatever. And then, you could actually do that yourself. Imagine buying all the ice from the fish vendor and having all their goods go off. True. True. Or, get this, right? You find like an infinite energy glitch. And then you make like a million furnaces that are all powered by like, I don't know, some magic shit. And then you cause global warming, and then all the fish die. You know? That's what I'm talking about. If a cat eats something containing poison, poop kills the flies, takes out the spiders, causes other insects to increase, competing with the bees for nectar, so flowers all start to die, or because a single cow ate a poison apple. I mean, yeah, kind of. That's sort of the that's the idea. All right, while that's calculating, I'm going to wee and maybe get a snack, and then we'll actually get to work. All right, I'm back. Hello. There we go. All right, that should have... Didn't I hit calculate initial data? Where is... So this is still... Yeah. 48 by 48. Does the terrain maybe not clear? When I go initial data... Calculate initial data... No, we do clear normals and elevation. Okay, so... What, it just got shitty at me for no reason? Let's see. How many players are playing for the multiplayer stuff, by the way? Probably just like... The idea is to just, you know, it's like, oh, I want to play with a friend. Or like a couple of friends. But I don't see any reason to like not... Like to limit it to like, you know, 2 people or something. But obviously the experience would diminish the more people are trying to, like, play at the same time. But a big limitation would be I'd want to tether the players together so that they can't go too far away from one another. Just for, like, very obvious reasons. Because I think the simulation will always be centered around the host character. In terms of, like, you know, loading NPCs and actually running real, you know, like AI behaviors and stuff, instead of just doing their virtual behaviors. Alright, let's have a look on. Okay, that's better. In Shuttlers 5, you could travel on frost rivers during winter, and you had a magic weather change building to drown enemies on said rivers. Nice. Oh, let me have a look, Skull. Let me have a gaze. Oh, sheesh. Okay. They look hella nice. So that's all procedural mesh. That looks so dope. Legend, I appreciate how well the CBD service really helped my own project and has drastically improved my ability to art direct plus increase performance. Hell yeah, Hallway. That's good to hear. I'm very happy. Do you know how to use a blueprint to send a texture to a material to be read like an array? It would help a ton. Like the blueprint has to write to the texture just on a few pixels or so. Fraxis, that is actually what I'm doing right now. What I am doing is just changing 1 pixel at a time on a render target. So if we look here, and we go to here, then I'm actually just telling it from Blueprint to update, well, a few pixels at a time. I think I'm doing 8 at a time. But, yeah, just 1 pixel at a time, super performant through Niagara. And it's the same thing that I'll be doing when I do my character parameter atlas. And it's also something I do in my voxel paint idea, which is a whole other thingo, but yeah. The gist of it... Not a canvas render target, what's that? Well, okay, this is where it gets a little bit more complex. It is a Niagara Grid 2D system. So... Actually, it's not even a Grid 2D system. It's literally just a... Yeah, not the BP itself, but it's set up in a way that you just call a function on BP and it does it. So if you just have a system where you set the render target, the target render target, and then update data grid. The iteration source is direct set, and it's a one-dimensional dispatch with 1 execution. And then we just have a custom stage called write data to render target, and all it's doing is it just has a it has a few arrays. It has the coords this frame and the values this frame, and also optionally a masks this frame if you wanted non-destructive. You know, if you wanted to be able to write just to the red channel or just to the blue channel or something without affecting the other ones. And then it's literally just a for loop based on how many entries are in the array. Usually these are just one at a time things. And then it's literally just set render target value at these coords to this, you know, these values that we just sent in. And so all we need to do is, in this handler thing, there's a function called update values at coords, where we just have coordinates and values. We append them all because multiple things might be accessing this in the same frame. And then on tick, wherever the fuck that is, on tick we send the data to Niagara, which just sends these things into the Niagara system and then clears them. And so most frames, I mean, you could also do on tick, disable tick. The only reason this is there is so that it gets done like at the end. Oh, I don't know, it's confusing, but it sends the stuff in and then immediately clears it so that you don't get like duplicates over multiple frames. And that's literally all it does, is just that. So yeah, that's like the most efficient way to modify a pixel on a texture from CPU to GPU. Because it's only changing one pixel, you know? Or a few pixels. Plays all the time after every change or on load. Well, this one at the moment is technically running all the time. You can use an enable binding on the simulation stage to, like, a Boolean that you can turn on and off, like a user parameter or something, to stop it from updating when you don't want it to. Or there might even be something up in the system thingos. But most of the time, this stage just terminates immediately because the arrays have no values in them, because we clear them, you know, on the next frame cycle. But yeah, this is just like the kind of the initial idea, but obviously I'll optimize it and, like, yeah, make sure that these data handler manager things aren't, because, like, most frames, this is just sending an empty array to a Niagara system and then clearing an already empty array, which, like, it's not really doing much at all. But it's technically inefficient because, you know, really what we'd want to do is when update values at coords gets called, we'd then want to do enable tick to true. And then even if that gets called again, it'll, you know, whatever. And then we would want to send data to Niagara, have a Boolean, because we also want to send, we also want the Niagara system to have empty arrays on the next frame. Or maybe that Boolean could work, the user parameter. But I don't know, it's kind of hard to know the ordering of, like, when this gets called versus when the Niagara system does its update and all that kind of stuff. So it's just a bit, it's a bit fricky. But yeah. How performant is this? Super. Super. Have to get the BP. Ah, right. True. Yeah, exactly. Well, the nice thing about Niagara is that it can do loops. So yeah, like it's super handy to do, you know, massive GPU things. But yeah. Let's get back to business. Let's get back to the bee's knees. I wanted to do... Right, cells per update. Let's go back up to 32. So we're kind of updating this all the time. Now we want to... Well, we have our normals, right? Oh, they're actually not... there we go. I mean, that's just the visualization of it, so it doesn't really matter. So we need our atmosphere sim. Then we have this value here. So let's actually parameterize this. Let's go promote to variable. You are called wind deflection factor. And then you are going to be, I don't know, 05? I don't fucking know. What's our overall delta at the moment? Who knows? Who cares? So now our wind should deflect around this weird pyramid thing. Pyramid scheme. Very cool. Yeah, and we just keep letting this do its thing. Then we're going to get our nice valley wind. Very cool. Alright, that's reasonable. Cool. He's looking so good. I mean, the flow map visualization is just a visualization for the sake of, like, this test map, I guess. But, I mean, it does look pretty dope. Alright, let's now... Oh, maybe this should be over... Actually, yeah, no. It should be deflection... Let's remove you. This is like deflection... Oops. This is deflection... Deflection... uphill? I don't fucking know. So that should be 0.25 if it's going to match what it was originally. And then this one, promote to variable. This is wind deflection downhill factor. Bam. And then you can be 0.05. Or, you know what, we'll go 0.1. And it's just debug stuff. And then this one here is... Oh no, that's the debug win line. This is the debug deflection amount. Yeah, which is just uppity downity. They can be a bit shorter as well, and also way thinner. Cool, cool. Yo, Manny, how's it going? How have you been? I'm working on some stuff that you might be interested in. Long time no siege. That's right. Actually, I was also working on some water stuff that, considering a pirate like yourself would appreciate. Oh god, I'm moving so fast. Yeah, I was doing some ocean stuff and like figuring out how to spawn particles from like the wave crests using a funky ass render target. That was a whole thing. That took so much effort that I just like my brain popped, and then I haven't touched this whole thing since then. And so then I was like, you know what? I'm sick of doing the waves and stuff. I'm just gonna like, you know, do an entire climate simulation for a laugh. So yeah, currently working on wind, like global wind simulation. And then eventually doing temperature, rainfall, all that kind of stuff. Where's that character? I always forget where the character is. Yeah. Oh, good, Jed. Yeah, I look forward to seeing you back in engine at some point. There's a character. Oh. Yeah, I'm always going. I'm always doing. Yeah, this looks pretty like convincing, right? This looks pretty decent. And yeah, we've got like wind rushing through this valley. Look at that. That's sick. Sick. We're able to machine learning. Nice. Nice. What applications? This is like a wind tunnel now that I think about it. Because we're just getting wind going across this way. And then coming out this side, and then it wraps around and comes back. It's funny. Yeah, Fruitsy, how's it going? Why grid 2D instead of grid 3D? So... I mean, this whole system isn't even in Niagara. This is all driven from the CPU. And then we just... we represent it using grid 2D. Which is how we're actually getting this, you know, the data into the flow maps. Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, into this dude. But yeah, it's a whole last thing. Ooh. Got a model that tries to predict winning horses at the horse racing. Correct 70% of the time or thereabouts. Hell yeah. That's easy money, right? Can the CPU is driving this without slowing down or crashing? Well, the thing is that it's only updating like 16 cells at a time. And it's just doing a very, like, the only calculation it's doing is just like, well, this that determines the curvature of the wind, and then distribute the current wind value to the neighboring cells based on the direction. and just draw some debug lines. So it's not actually doing that much per frame. And I mean, it's only going to get cheaper once it's in C++. But I haven't added all of the other bells and whistles yet, like, yeah, temperature, humidity, blah, blah, blah. Narrow size looping then based on updates. The Niagara side is just every time we update, you know, those 16 cells, we then tell the Niagara system that, hey, at these 16 coordinates, we need these 16 values in these 16, you know, channels. And then it's just like, yep, cool, I'm going to update those on the render target, and then, you know, ready for the next frame. Yeah. But this effect down here, this kind of like windy effect, I mean, you can see here, you can see the kind of jerking happening. That's because there isn't any interpolation between the values. But we don't really need to I mean, like, most of this render target is just for being able to visualize what's going on. A lot of stuff doesn't really need to be sent to a render target. Some of it can even just be like a global variable, like a material parameter collection variable, based on where the player is. So, like, the wind value, like, the wind probably doesn't need to be read from the giant, you know, world-size render target. It can probably just be like, okay, let's probe the player or the camera position, and what is the wind at that camera position, and then just, you know, whenever we move or, like, you know, periodically, we just check, oh, what's the wind at this position that we're at now, and then change the material parameter collection wind value to match that without needing to, you know, do a texture sample. But for something like snowfall or like snow coverage, where you would expect to see a gradient from like, oh, there's snow here, and then there's no snow 250 meters away, you could probably see that. I mean, especially in a third-person game, you'd be able to see that, you know, into the distance, at which point, yeah, that's like something that you would want to do, you'd want to actually be using the render target for. I mean, you could maybe argue that depending on the perspective of the game, if you were like over here and you just get to the top of this hill and you can see a bunch of trees down here that are like blowing in the wind, like, you know, mega style, whereas it's not windy here, that's when you might want to be using the wind render target. But, yeah. For my game, where it's a top-down perspective, it's not super necessary, but I don't know. I'm just procrastinating by talking. What do we want to start with? I guess we start with just temperature. But we need... Well, I guess we need a new data field. Because I don't want to... I want to, like, fragment all of this shit. So that temperature isn't actually a part of the atmosphere thingo. Same with, like... pressure is wind. Yeah, which I can get from neighboring dudes and whatever. Maybe start with Houdini? Nah. Houdini is a bait. I feel like I would get so lost in Houdini that I'd never stream ever again, you know? altitude going to affect temperature? Are the mountains generally too low to matter for that? Yeah, no, it is. It is. Yeah. The mountains will be cooler. But they won't just be cooler because they're cooler. They'll be cooler because reasons. Which those reasons are... why are mountains cold? Right, air pressure decreases, causing air to expand and cool, leading to lower temperatures at higher altitude. So we do just cool air down in here, because I don't want to do a double-layered fucking air simulation. So yeah, it's literally just pressure, which would just mean that at higher elevations, the air gets cooler. And less capable of absorbing and retaining heat. True, so sunlight wouldn't heat the air up directly. And also, the snow reflects sunlight, so it doesn't actually hit the, you know, the earth, which can then heat up the air. Yeah, I think it's 1,000 meters per... Oh, sorry. You lose 10 degrees per 1,000 meters per kilometer. Like for a given chunk of air, as it rises, it loses 10 degrees per kilometer. But that'll be a variable in our case, because some people don't have... Some people want their mountains to be snowy, but their world isn't, you know, fucking 5 kilometers high. Yeah, let's call this wind. So we got wind, the terrain guy. We're going to do a new one, which is a data field. This one's called PWSDF underscore temperature. Bam. Is this the biomes or is this the biome? Yeah, this is the biomes. Yeah. Because, like, if you think about it, you know, like, England changes biome during the seasons, you know? Because it, like, sometimes it's, like, just kind of cloudy and shit, but other times it, you know, it snows, I guess. Does it snow in... I don't know. I don't fucking know. I've never been anywhere. But, like, from a game... Like, obviously it's the same biome. Like, I'm not dumb. I know what a biome is. But from, like, a gameplay perspective, it's like, oh, we're going to the snowy biome, you know? But it's like, you know, the, I don't know. The biome could change based on stuff. Maybe the sun goes out. Maybe the earth shatters into multiple pieces and they all move further away from the sun. Who knows? But you'd want it to... you'd want it to kind of reflect that. There's basically a data field. So the data field is just... It's just a class that has an update function, which is called update cell, which just has an index and a delta, and then we just tell it to update, basically, and that's literally all it does. but it's essentially there's a manager that contains all of the data fields, which the data fields are just like essentially just a container for the variables themselves and how they, you know, how they behave, how they update. But I'm trying to think what gets done first, the temperature or the wind, because the temperature creates wind, but the wind moves temperature around. I guess it doesn't matter because it's a rolling update anyway, so it's negligible. The order doesn't matter because yeah, it's semantic. Okay, so blah, 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 data field. Okay, so this does need to not do that cast anymore. So you're going to update cell, cache and draw cycle, and then this is all good. I fixed that bug where that was doing shit. Update main cycle index. Cool, 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 cool. That's codes to draw, and then that will tell the guys to update. Yeah. As long as the chicken or the egg exists, the other will. Exactly, exactly. That's a very good way of putting it. Okay, so temperature. We need to on initial data. Well, actually, what does this do? This has an init data field, which this doesn't need to implement. On simulation cycle start, this again is completely vestigial because our simulation doesn't actually cycle anymore, it rolls. Because we don't do... So on cycle start, that can also die. So wind, calculate initial data, we get our... Well, any dependent, you know, dudes, which would be terrain and the other one and the other one. And then we just do, we basically construct our initial data for the temperature, which we could just, yeah, do a noise. You know, this is very much the same. So let's just do that. Yep, no, calculate initial. Calculate initial data. Cool. You can fuck off. Just smack you into there. Can I create variable? Yep. And we will create another one. Get the wind. Cool, cool, cool. We'll save you. This is wind. Wind data, I guess. One thing I was thinking is that the temperature... yeah, why are you... Yeah, okay, yes, I know that that's all fucky. Get fucked. Yeah, calm down. Alright, we have variables. Temperature. Okay, first huge decision of the day is what... what unit is our temperature in? Do we use Kelvin or do we use Celsius? Kelvin makes the most sense from like an energy perspective, but it's also like, I don't know how the, like what is like, what's the fucking Kelvin v Celsius? Someone give me a graph. Kelvin to Celsius. Alright, so 0 Kelvin is negative 273 Celsius. Can I swap them around? Let's go Celsius, Kelvin. Okay. So 0 Celsius is 273 Kelvin. Minus 10, minus... But then, like, 30 degrees Celsius is 300 Kelvin. 50 Celsius, and then boiling point of water. I don't know. Kelvin is Celsius anyway, just offset. Might as well use Celsius. Is it? Or is it basically? Because I mean that could do it for me. Oh, it's just fucking straight up. And okay, no, yeah, that's fine then. That's fine. Fuck it. Yeah, easy. We're doing Celsius. Nice. That simplifies stuff a shit ton. Yeah, Fahrenheit and stuff. If the player can get their hands on something that can read temperature, will be, it'll be toggleable. Or maybe, okay, big brain time. There are two factions in the game, and one of them use Celsius, and one of them uses Fahrenheit. And they're always arguing. And you can get temperature readers in both. Instead of having like an options toggle, you just have to go and find a thermometer that's in the one that you want. No, Fahrenheit is trash. Fahrenheit is like so bad. I don't even want to get started on it. It's just so bad. It just makes no sense. Use Kelvin real physics because the temperature delta gets fucky with negative temperatures. Yeah, exactly. But the way that we'd be using... Oh, well, here's the thing, right? I did want to... And this might... fuck, maybe we do want to use Kelvin. Because I had this idea, right? This is just going to... It's like 3:30 in the morning, but I had this idea. What if, in our game world, negative absolute temperature existed? You know? Just think about it. I think I've talked about this before. So you know how in some games and some like fantasy worlds and shit, they have like frozen fire. And one time I was thinking, what the fuck does that even mean? How can the fucking fire be like, how can it freeze and shit? I'll tell you how it works. The fire is burning at negative absolute temperature, right? Which, as far as like regular matter is concerned, it's burning, right? It's burning. But it's like it's oscillating. The particles are like oscillating in like a different fucking plane of existence, let's say. Let's say there's like another 3 dimensions that things can move through on top of our own, right? But so this is just like regular burning fire, but it's burning, I don't know, fucking upside down or some shit. But what ends up happening is because this is in negative absolute temperature. So this would be like negative 300 or negative 350 Kelvin, right? You get a temperature gradient from like, here's like a regular old 20 degrees, you know, a nice, calm, sunny Australian evening. But then as you get closer to here, there's a point where you get absolute zero. Do you know what I mean? Like negative 200 degrees. And like, you know, negative, well, zero would be here in Celsius. This would be like negative 200, whatever. But this would be 0 Kelvin. And then as you start getting closer to the fire again, you get into like negative Kelvin territory. Do you know what I mean? Which is still hot. You know, it's like negative gravity is still gravity. It still makes things fucking, you know, gain momentum and shit. So this is still burning, but it's burning in a different kind of... You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that's how, like, frozen fire works. I don't think you can have negative Kelvin. No, but that's the thing. That's the idea. Is like, what if you could? What would that mean? I mean, like, there's no reason we can't in a video game, right? Just like we can have negative gravity. Or, like, negative... I mean, I guess magnetism is already, like, it goes both ways. Because, yeah, obviously you can't, in real life, go negative Kelvin, because that doesn't make any sense, because Kelvin is measuring the length of the vector, right? Or the length of energy from, you know, particles moving around and shit. And, you know, even if the particles are moving in negative x coordinate, the length is still positive, right? So like, you know, if we look at the wind simulation, oh, is that gonna get angry? Yeah, fuck you. You know, even though some of these are moving in negative directions, their length is still positive. But if there are extra dimensions and shit, you could technically have negative length, right? If it's like... Okay, think of it like this. When we have vectors, or directions in real life, we've got like X, Y, Z, you know, 3 dimensions. It's all good. We know that. If we move something in, you know, positive X, positive Y, positive Z, it has a positive length. If we move it, you know, backwards in X, and whatever, it still has a positive length. But what if there were, like, extra dimensions? X, Y, Z, A, B, C. The A, B, C dimensions. And we moved something through that. That's like that could just be a fucking different thing altogether. And maybe we could move it through both at once. Or maybe that's not how it works. I don't fucking know. But, like... Yeah, okay, yeah, it'll be a positive length, but in another dimension. Which you could call... If they were kind of exclusive, like mutually exclusive from one another, you could just call it the negative absolute temperature. Or, you know, negative gravity, or negative light. Endothermic rather than normal fire being exothermic. The fire would cool the surroundings. Yeah, exactly. Well, it would technically be... It would still be an exothermic flame, but it's producing a negative absolute Kelvin temperature, which then creates a temperature gradient to like our normal temperature zone, which goes through absolute 0 Kelvin. Well, sorry, 0's here. So in essence, yeah, it would freeze everything very close to it, but in the fire would still be giga hot. Or like, you know, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Alpha is just a 4th dimension? Yeah, true. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just talking shit, and you guys are just listening. Who's the real idiot here? In the fire would be super cold, right? Well, no, it would still be... So like 0 Kelvin denotes that particles are not moving. They have no excitation whatsoever. An increase in temperature means that particles are now excited. They're like fucking raring to go. They're just like doing particle things. They're bumping into each other. They're having a big particle orgy. But then in negative absolute temperature, the particles are still, you know, still bumping into each other and stuff, just in a different dimension. It's like an emo party, right? They're listening to like My Chem, whereas these guys are listening to like Beyonce. But you can still travel from the emo party to the Beyonce party, but you've got to go through this part here. Would they not be going backwards in time? Ooh, shit. Fuck. Now we're in like fucking Tenet territory with like, you know, reversed entropy shit. How is this relevant? How is anything relevant? Nothing is relevant. Nothing I ever do is relevant to anything that I do as well. So yeah, the real question is, do I guess I can still do negative Kelvin using Celsius. It's just when we get to negative 237 or whatever, that is the point that it starts. You know what I mean? Emoparty.png, it's a picture of an ice fire. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that folder. There's like really bad drawings. Anyway, let's do temperature. So, temperature, this needs a temperature C, fella. We also need a temperature gradient, which is going to be a vector. It's going to be a 2 vector? I could do... yeah, no, we'll just do... vector 2D. Now, the reason we need to calculate the temperature gradient is that the wind needs to, when it does its update, look at the temperature gradient and then adjust its new wind value accordingly. which would get done here. But then the temperature also needs to get the wind data of the wind. So this is where it gets a little bit funkalicious, right? Because when we actually do the wind distribution stuff, where the wind gets distributed into the neighboring fellas, something. I've forgotten. I've forgotten everything. Right. The temperature needs to move along with it. But I'm just trying to think, how can we calculate all of the wind without having to, like, store a gigantic array of, like, oh, this wind cell got moved into these 3 other wind cells with these ratios. How much memory does a how much memory is 2,300 vectors? Surely that's not much, right? Or let's say 10,000. How much memory does 10,000 vectors take up? Do you know the resource of creating custom DDS files for custom MIP levels? No, I don't. I've got no idea. When it comes to... I don't even know what a DDS... DDS... When I see DDS, I think... Dragon Dagger Super Poisoned. Just like... 3 vectors, 16, a 3 16 float, 3 16 floats. Well, I guess it's in the fucking name, isn't it? 16, 16 bits times 3. 16 times 3 times 10,000. How many megabytes is that? Or megabits? Is that like 4 megabytes? Ish? Or is that 4 kilobytes? No, that'd be like 4 megabytes. Yeah, it would be. I don't know. Fuck math. Anyway, the point is, I don't want to have like a giant giga array like that. So what I could do... You know what? No, actually, no. You know what? Here is a genius idea. Let's get our wind... And then we'll have a function that gets called, or an event that gets called, that other things can bind to. And when the wind gets moved around and does its wind shit, the other things hook into that, and they say, oh yeah, the wind just moved by... you know, to these cells, with these amounts, I'm going to do the same to my thing in the working data rows. Yeah, smart. So let's do... Do I want to do a delegated event, or do I want to have a function that calls functions on every other data field? Probably a... delegate would be fine, right? But then it has to be in an event, which is boring. Super lame. I think I'll do a function. Let's do a function in data field called wind, or let's call it advect. Advect values. Because this would also be the case for ocean currents, which isn't... It works the same way, but it's not the same. So inputs are going to be cells, or let's call it main cell, or main index, which is a single integer. Then we have the advect indices. That's the dumbest fucking name. The advect indexes. Advect index? Temperature different curves due to Earth's curvature, making air pressures generating wind forces. Yeah, well, you got to think also the sun rising and setting creates a bunch of different, differing temperature zones, Like the sun rises just above the horizon and it hits the sides of the mountains. And so for a moment, for an hour or whatever, the mountain is hotter than the surrounding lowlands, creating a temperature gradient. Same with the oceans and the land. The sun rises, the land heats up quicker than the oceans heat up. Therefore, it's hotter on the land than the ocean for, however long. Meaning that the wind, the hot air here rises, which pulls the wind from the ocean onto the land. And then again, when the sun goes down, the land cools down quicker than the ocean cools down, which makes the wind go the other way. So we should get heaps of, temperature gradients happening as, the sun comes up, goes down. And then even things like, if there are clouds blocking the sun, then the sun can't heat up the earth. Therefore, it's not, there could be a temperature gradient where there isn't clouds, I guess. Right, advect values, main index, advect index, advect... pardon me, amount. Oh, you know what? This should, we need to include the main in here. But yeah. If that was the case and you had a huge amount, the mountain shadow would be like negative 50C. You mean if there wasn't an atmosphere? Because that's what it's like on the moon and stuff, you know? Where there is an air to like insulate temperature. Like it gets cold as fuck. So main index, advect index, advect amount, and the main index will be included in here because we need to redistribute this back to itself by some amount. So what we can do is in wind, based on wind shit, we can call advect values. I guess we call it on itself as well. Just for consistency. So this should need to do, well, I guess in wind, we do advect all values. Which is just going to do, I don't know, fucking get. Well, how do I want something? Now I just want to use a delegate. But you can't delegate a freaking function. Let's do... Because the wind doesn't really need to know that there is temperature or, like, you know, a disease or something. Like being blown around. But it needs to know, it needs the wind to send it a message. So I don't know, maybe a delegate is better. Because things can just subscribe to it and get moved around from it. Yeah, let's do a dispatcher. Let's, oh, well, no, we don't want that to be on wind. Oh, wait, is that gonna, can you... Yeah, yeah, Can something subscribe to its own dispatch? Is that legal? No, fuck it. I'm gonna do it as a function. I can't be fucked. We're just gonna have a variable called advect data layers, and you're gonna be called data layer. Just any data layer. What the fuck's it called? PWSDF. Data field, not data layer. Advect data fields. Fields? Okay, cool. So we have a list of advect data fields. We are gonna dupe, loop-de-doop through the schmoopy goop. We're gonna goop-de-whoop the dupe. And floop-de-doop. Schmoogle-dooble. Sick. Let me pump the music a bit while I concentrate. Sounds like it causes recursion. No. Oh, you mean if it was a thingo, a dispatch? No, I don't mean the same dispatch. I mean, can it... fuck, it doesn't matter. Let's do this. Advect data field. So this is where we determine 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we do branches. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, God. Let me just do this over here for now. Just, yoink. Advect values for each of the advecting data fields. Bam. Loop through. Smack that there. The main index is the index. And then we need to... So let's smack all this into a dude. Which is called wind... That's the function. Wind advection thinger. Wind advection thing. Sweet. And all this needs to know is... the wind travel this step. Here's the dude. And then, based on that wind advection thing, we then have the invec. So this is our wind travel this update. And then... just do it! Nothing is impossible! Do it! Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. How's the stream boom? What a banger. What a banger song. I need something like that to like my walkout music, you know? Why don't I have cool things? See, I just spend all my time doing dumb things instead of doing cool things. What were you up to, Boom? What were you working on? Would the inner disk be affected by the sun, making it hotter and the outer bits colder? Yes, exactly, Ahmad. That is exactly how the flat Earth works in my game. Xbox controller saying OSC messages to Unreal to control things when Unreal isn't in focus. Ooh, okay. That's dope. That is as dope as the Pope. Dope as the Pope as. Honestly, the current Pope is kind of based. Compared to all the other ones. We can cache this in... Oh, isn't that getting... travel this update. Right, no, this just gets... Okay, so these are our current dudes. JP2 was based AF also. I feel like some religious people are like... they get it, you know? And then others are just like, what the fuck? For those of you just joining us, I'm currently working on a very silly system, which I won't be able to show right now because it is... Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I can... really quickly get it to work, I would just need to get this. Wind cache this index. Oh, but that's gonna... I can just do main index and grab the wind... Not the wind working data, the wind truth data. I'm actually going to call this wind truth. Truth meters per second. We're going to get, copy this guy, smack you into there. Bam. All right, let's see if this works still. I don't see why it wouldn't. If we go update cell, we don't have to do this. Main index is index. Smack that in, and everything else should be fine. All our debugs are still drawing. Okay, cool. Okay, so what we're doing, right, is fuck, I don't know, man. I don't know. No, we're doing a global climate simulation for video games. How's that sound? So currently we've got the wind doing wind things. And wait, why are you not... Why is it not bending? Hello? No, temperature, fuck off. Where's wind? Wind, wind, wind. Is it not getting the... Does this still exist? Shit. Turn debug draw, man. Update all coords data. Okay, that is still there. Why is our wind not thinging? Why ain't it doing the thing? Truth, get, direction, blah, 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 blah. This is still... Nice number, nice number. Win advection thing. Is it not? Have I just balked it? Oh, wait, it's because... Oh no, that is... Does that need to be saved? No. That should all be doing stuff. Okay, well, it used to work. Trust me. Please. Please. Wind cache this index. Oh, right, that's post bend. So yeah, okay, let's do cache this, or let's call it the advecting value, which is a vector 2D. Okay. Wait. Advecting value. Smack that. Get on the floor. Smack that. Give me some more. There we go. Alright. So we got wind. The wind does windy things, and it will curve around the mountain. Whoa, that's crazy. So basically, over time, we should be getting wind in places that you would... Or going in directions that, you know, you would see wind. And so we just have like a bunch of points. We're simulating the wind, and then the wind moves the wind into the neighboring cells in that direction and does like wind stuff. But the idea is that eventually we're going to be like moving clouds, you know, from one cell to the other. So we're like moving clouds around. We got like rainfall and shit. We got like snow falling and then covering the landscape and causing like snow snow. I don't know. I've never seen snow in real life. I don't even know if it actually exists. But this is like a fantasy sci-fi game. So, like, we can put snow in it, you know? We might even get some vortices at some point. But yeah, the idea is that rather than predefining biomes for any given game world, where you've got to, like, hand place a bunch of stuff and, like, do really boring things, the idea is that we just let it do its thing, you know? And, you know, we just let the world go nuts. Look at this slipstream. That's actually kind of sick. So because this landmass has, like, a big valley here, we're getting, like... It's, like, doing a feedback loop. Actually, it is doing a feedback loop because the simulation wraps vertically and horizontally. So this big slipstream here is then going down here and then coming back around. So, yeah, that's the gist of it. That is the gist of it. Living my show, seeing snow right after sun every day. I live, like, 2 hours from Melbourne. Kind of up, I guess, like, higher, like, 500-ish meters above sea level. But even then, we don't get snow. It's so lame. We get, like, disgusting cold. And, like, you know, frost. We get frost. And we get, like, you know, fucking vegetables dying and shit from frosting. But we don't get snow. We don't get the good part. I think I've actually seen snow once, but it was, like, sad snow. Where it's, like, you can, like, scrape it off the lawn and, like, kind of make a snowball. But that's about it. That's all. That's as much snow as I've ever seen before. Did you go skiing, Vic, when I was a kid? Yeah, you can get, like Mount Buller, is it? Which is, like, always snowy and shit. I've just never been. I've just never been. Sad snow. You know what I mean by sad snow? Well, there's a Fox Creek. Yeah, true. Snow's fun for a week, then you're sick of it. I mean, that's what I imagine, right? But it's like, for that 1 week, it's like, hell yeah. Especially if you've never seen it before. So maybe I'll have to do a little, what do you call it? A little research trip to the snow. And a research trip into, like, the deep ocean on a fishing trawler. Maybe maybe that should be my next devlog series, is, like, me traveling places to, like, observe the real world. You know what I mean? I think I've actually got footage that Amethyst got of me when we were on like a family boat holiday thing. Like a shitty little, I don't know, like a 8-person boat. But it was like pouring rain. And the water was a bit choppy, and I'm just, like, running. I've got like a sailor hat on, and I'm just, like, standing still, and then, like, running briskly to this location, and then stopping, and then turning around, running back the other way, and stopping, just observing how, like, characters would be moving physically with, like, an unsteady ground and stuff. It's really dumb. Really dumb. Oh, look at this. These guys aren't... Oh, God. We got hotspots. We have got hotspots. Now, why are they happening? I wonder. Yes, yes. What? Why would this be... Oh, actually, no, you know what? I think I know why this happens. Literal edge cases. No, I think what's happening is... Well, actually, was that because I had it minimized? And so the delta time would have gone really fucky? Or was it because that weird bug that happens when I write to the same value too many times? Because that's easily avoidable by using add unique. So add unique coords. And then when that gets added, we then do its thing. Anyway, let's continue functionalizing this. Okay, so we're calculating wind travel this update. See what the neighboring cells are. Someone was saying that I should do like an 8-cell update. But I also don't know if it would really... It would increase the cost by like 3 times per update. But I don't know, I feel like it wouldn't really matter that much because of the wind that we're going to be generating. Because, you know, obviously, like, wind pulls wind, or, like, air pulls air around. Creates, like, suction vortices. But I don't know if we really need it. In this case, I feel like just doing a pure, like, pushing air thing would be enough. If you're going to be sailing, you want as accurate as possible. Yeah, well, I actually want to do, like, fairly accurate sailing in this game at some point. Yeah. Probably let's see if tripling the work makes no difference. I mean, that's true. That's true. Like, it might just be negligible. But I don't know. I feel like because everything's so like gradiated anyway, it shouldn't matter too much. The only case that it would make a lot of sense is if I had something that was generating a strong wind in one tile. So, like, you know, we set off a wind bomb, and then it was going in that direction. Then we would want it to, like, you know, maybe pull some of the wind along with it. But, I mean, that's a pretty edgy edge case. And I feel like just doing a simple forward advection would be fine. Make the sun heat up the air and cause it to become lighter and set the whole simulation in motion. Yeah. So, it'll be based on the sun exposure to land. So, like, as the sun comes up, the mountains get hit, you know, they heat up first, or like the, you know, higher elevations get heated up first, causes temperature gradation. Temperature gradient equals make wind. Same with the ocean versus land. So the sun comes up, the ocean takes way longer to heat up than the land does, and therefore the air above the ocean and the land, and that creates, you know, seaward, or sea breeze. What's it called? Wind from the sea. And then when the sun goes down, the ocean takes longer to cool down, or it's more stable, and so the breeze ends up going the other way. But yeah, I think for something like temperature, the temperature should spread over all 8 tiles. Probably. Like, it should, you know, mix and radiate. But I don't think the wind necessarily needs to. And, like, the direct... Because, like, there's a difference between temperature, you know, entropizing. Just, like, spreading out through air and shit. Versus hot air being displaced. Like, the already hot air moving as a whole. So I think, yeah, when we advect due to wind, we think of it like we're moving the actual hot air around rather than the temperature just kind of thing. Because I did realize that, yeah, like, as there's a temperature difference between the ocean and the surface here, as it goes out this way, yeah, like, it does pull air from behind it, so I don't know. Definitely the water is colder in north, kickstarting water circulation, and wind will help that build up. Yeah, exactly. There's so many different factors that, like, to factor in, but once they are factored in, it should just, like, do stuff. And it like, you know, when I'm, like, thinking over a lot of this stuff and, like, people are giving suggestions and whatnot, and they're like, oh, why would you even bother doing that? You know, like, why would you bother having items... Why would you bother having all entities have a temperature? You know, like, why does a hammer need a temperature value? But it's like, it needs that for, like, consistency, so that if you've got a bunch of hot stuff in a container, and you put something cold in that container, then the temperature will equalize between all of them. So, you know, if it is freezing, but an animal does a poop, and it's fresh, and it's hot, and you put that in your backpack, that's what we were talking about earlier someone said earlier in the stream. It wasn't my idea. I just enabled the idea. Yeah, exactly, Ninja. That's sort of the idea. I mean, it's in the stream title, right? That, like, we're making a game make itself. Will the simulation be affected by effects like tornado spells or giant explosions? It can be, yeah. We can also do stuff like, like a volcano erupts, and if you're able to change the terrain in real time in your game, you could actually make a volcano appear. We could then update the height map in that area. So now the wind is going to blow around this volcano. And then you could also create like an ash, you know, ash cloud simulation layer. and then that can spread around, which will then block the sun rays from hitting the land, which will then, like, you know, you'll get like a volcanic winter kind of effect. But that's something that you don't have to explicitly program. It can just be like, oh yeah, like there's a volcano, or like a nuclear bomb went off, and therefore like nuclear winter can kind of happen. And it would happen in areas that it would actually kind of happen in. So that's sort of the idea. So it sounds, I mean, it is like, it's so dumb. It might be one of the dumbest and most unnecessary things that I've attempted thus far. Maybe even more dumb than the physical character movement stuff, which I haven't touched in a little while. Like this shit's dumb, right? This shit's dumb as fuck. Oh, God. No comment? No comment. Jump! Oh, yeah, no jumping animation? Okay, well, we're dead. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, this is... I mean, obviously I need to revisit this again. Don't slip over, please, please, please. Please. Nice. Oh. Nearly. Okay, yep. Yeah, this shit's lit. This shit's hella good. Ooh. I was thinking, I had an idea. But I've forgotten it now. Oh, no, you know how the balls, when there's like characters near each other and their balls collide, I was thinking I could use the override friction enum and set it to be use the minimum value. And so the balls could actually have... Oh, sorry, use the maximum value. So the balls would have 0 friction, so that when the balls come into contact with one another, the friction would be 0. But the ground, when the balls are in contact with the ground, they would have the friction of the ground. And that would kind of deal with the weird tripping over all the time. Oh, God. Hey, Jane, what keeps a cylinder upright? Is it like a PID controller? It is. You've got a good eye. You've got a good eye. It's... Well, So it's actually the ball that is keeping the cylinder upright. Or, like, the feet. So, like, the way motion works in humans is that we lose balance, and then we catch up to ourselves. You know, we catch up to our center of gravity by putting our feet in front of the other. And so that's kind of what we're simulating here. We lose balance, but then we roll the ball to catch up to the cylinder. And so it is constantly self-balancing, which means that it has the potential to lose balance. And that's like gameplay. You know what I mean? Gameplay. Is it for parkour game, maybe soccer or parkour soccer? Yeah, both. Well, the story behind this, I know I haven't really done much tonight, but I don't care. The story behind this is that the Unreal character movement stuff. Also, where am I? There it is. Unreal character movement stuff just like hates physics. Like it just doesn't work with physics. And I wanted characters to affect physics, but also be affected by physics. You know, without like having to like fucking hack around with like, you know, oh, I need a knockback component that will get my position and then set my position based on the current knockback value. It's like, bruh, I just want to use the physics engine to do knockback on a character. And I want the character to be able to push something around, or I want a character to be able to sit on a raft, and when they jump, you could like, you know, you can oscillate the raft and maybe like fucking capsize it or some shit. Or to be able to do this, right? Where we can like oscillate this thing back and forth and use it, oh fuck, to build up like a seesaw and get like an extra boost, you know? See, look how high I can jump now. Oh. Or to have like some really stupid puzzle where you've got to like walk counterclockwise on like a big screw, and eventually it like turns clockwise because we're actually pushing back with our feet, because this sphere is actually rotating, you know? So you can see that this whole platform is rotating opposite to the way that I'm rotating. So it's like, yeah, it's all physical, running in the physics engine without having to like fuck with stuff. Yeah, Newton's third law, exactly. Newton's third law is character movement component sucks ass. Okay, I'm fucked. Okay, you know what? Let's go back to world simulation. Let's go to something a bit more simple. Like a climate simulation. But it actually solves physics issue. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not necessarily... I mean, it does solve the physics issue, but it's almost like a different... it's a different style of character movement as well. Like, you wouldn't want to be using that in a Call of Duty, you know, fast-paced first-person shooter, right? Because it's not super responsive. It's almost like, it's like comparing Call of Duty to, like, Grand Theft Auto 4, you know? Or Red Dead Redemption. Where, like, in Red Dead, it feels like your character actually has mass. And it takes a while to, like, divert your momentum. Which some people really like, and other people don't like, because they have no patience. They can't wait that extra 0.10 of a second to, like, have their character turn around. So it's definitely a flavor thing. Anyway, we were doing the wind. We were functionalizing the advection of the wind, which we need to... we need to build up our... This is wind advection thing. So then we have advect all... No, fuck. We have wind advection... No, we have... Okay, you know, advect all values needs to call... Well, do we need to... I could just call that on a loop. That would be kind of fine, rather than needing one to... Yeah, no, that's... Yeah. Let's just do it in update. So on update, we then say wind advection thing. Oh, yeah, we're already fucking doing it. So then we need an output here that says return. We need to generate an array. So this is presuming that our wind advection only ever has 4 values. We can kind of hard code it to... So the outputs are the... Well, we know the main index, the advect indexes, integers, and the advect amounts. That is a float value. And so this just needs... they should be fellas. Multiple fellas, not single fellas. So we essentially want to... I could do make array. But I think what I'll do is... Let's do a local boy. This is called advect indexes. And then local advect amounts. Because they need different names. Let's do it. Let's do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Although we'll do main index first, I think. To be part of the challenge, though, you give player difficult to overcome, kind of like Surgeon Simulator. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going for. So, like, traversing the terrain is, like... Traversing difficult terrain is actually challenging. And, you know, if there's, like, a hill and you start from a standstill, you might not get up the hill. But if you get a run-up, then you might make it up that hill and get to the top. Or if there's, like, a river and the water's flowing and maybe it's, like, knee-height water, right? If your character weighs enough, if they've got a heavy enough pack and they've got armor on and stuff, then they'll be able to maintain solid footing. You know, their feet won't get swept away by the little river. But then alternatively, if it's like a deep river, you know, maybe after rainfall has happened and then we have water runoff simulated so the rivers get more water in them. Maybe you'd need to swim, but if you've got too much stuff, then you'll just sink and drown. And so having all of these, like, different challenges that are constantly changing and that kind of stuff is, like, part of the idea. Which a lot of people have said, a lot of people have compared it to Death Stranding, which I haven't played. Like, I've got the game. I got it for free from the Epic giveaways and shit. I've got it installed. But I just haven't played it yet. But yeah, apparently it's, like, very traversal as a mechanic. Traversal as a mechanic-y. Ah, that doesn't... The index of the newly added item or index none. How can index be none, though, if the item is already present in the array? Because that's an integer. And that can't be null. I guess I can just do the booleans, right? Well, it's more so that I don't want to repeat these. Because these repeating or getting repeated is what makes the thingo get fucky. It's got cutscenes as a main mechanic. Yeah, fair. Fair. Speaking of cutscenes, I don't want any cutscenes in this game. Like, I want the player to have full control at all times. Like, someone can be like, oh yeah, like, I need you to go and get this thing from this dude, and then he like starts saying his backstory about like his wife died, and then you can just be like, yeah, I get it, old man, like, shut the fuck up, I'm going to do the thing. And you know, and for people to like react if you like try and like, you know, skip dialogue, or your character tells them to hurry up or get to the point, and they can skip over dialogue, but maybe they think that you're rude or something. Or, you know, you can just... You just yeet... You just yeet off into the distance. And they think you're a prick because you're, you know, ignoring them. It is like where the player starts, they disappear in the middle of the map or on a beach or something. They'll probably start in like an idyllic village. In a very... They'll start in like the hospitable zone of the world. The yeah, hospitable zone, I guess is what you call it in like cosmology and shit. Maybe I could just do, what was the index when working data, blah, 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 blah. Here's the amounts. Player just viewed from a distance, like Factorio view, basically. Yeah. Or like Exanima, or RuneScape, or Kenshi. But always centered around the player. But yeah, you'll be able to look. You won't be able to tilt the camera, at least not very far, but you'll be able to like look over if you've got, you know, good eyesight or a long-range weapon or something. But the combat is supposed to feel... I mean, it's kind of weird, because, like... I feel like top-down games are more immersive than first or third person. Because in real life, you have, like, a peripheral vision. And you also have... you know, really fine-tuned ears that can, like, hear if someone is behind you or something. And I feel like in third or first-person games, as soon as you turn away from the action, and because your field of view is usually so limited, you just lose all awareness of whatever's going on behind you. Whereas from a top-down perspective... even though, like, ironically, you're further away from the character, it's kind of easier to be immersed, you know? Yeah, well, I mean, Project Zomboid's a good example. And I think it does its line of sight stuff really well. Because, like, you can still get jump scared, even though it's a top-down perspective, you know? I fucking love Zomboid. I mean, you can... Obviously, I love Project Zomboid, you know? Like, yeah. Alright, colors the index, blah, 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 set array element, do the thing, blah, bloody, bloody, blah. So what I want to do is... I don't want to have to, like, sort through that manually. I just want to be like, hey, we've got a sine float round, sine float round. So we have all 4 combinations, which the last one is this. Just the original XY. But if our wind is exactly up or exactly sideways or 0 in a weird way, then we're kind of fucked. Maybe that's what was happening. You know where we got those literal edge cases? Maybe that's what. Maybe it was that wind hit 0 and did funny things, you know? But then it also could have just been, I don't know. So I just want this shader to be a bit darker. What is my game? My game is everything. But also nothing. Schedule 1 is now up to 80 million revenue. I haven't actually seen what it is. What is Schedule 1? I'm guessing it's like a... what's it called? What was that? What was that game called? With the dudes, with the little, they do the dances. Oh, Lethal Company. Is it anything like Lethal Company? I feel like those games do really well. Weed growing simulator. Okay, okay. Interesting. They're making that dank bank. There you go. Simulation games are taking off. Golden age of simulation games. Okay, so I want this part to be done separately for the wind. So yeah, literally all I want to do is to do this and this and populate an array. So let's go return. And then I want to call that function on itself, which is a bit fucky, but I just don't know how I want to do this, because I could do add unique. But then there's no, like, there's no confirmation that it actually got added. Or is index none -1? You know what? Let me just... where's my little tester? My sanity checker. Here it is. There we go. Can I just, like... So if I add 5 to this, and then do that, and then print the string. Okay, it is -1. That's good. That's good. So that means I can do this one after the other. So add this one, add this one, add this one. Wow, gross. Just add them. Just fucking do it. And then if they... Okay, well this is... Let me just get a fucking fella. Okay, this is gonna get uglier before it gets prettier. Which kind of looks like a hard-coded mess. And that's because it is. But... Yolla. So we want to do this. Add unique. Add unique. What happens if I try to add... Like, if I go set array element, -1, then... how's that going to work out? What's the index is just main index, main index. Although I guess we want to do this guy first, actually. In a kind of weird way. Add unique. Do this guy. Swap him into there. And main index. Because main index is always... Well, I mean... technically, no. Well, that's the thing, right? If... Technically, we don't need to... Because if something is 100% moved from 0, or from the main index to another one, like... Technically, we don't even have to add the advect stuff into that. And I'm going to be doing this and then doing a fucking boolean anyway. Like, oh, is this less than or greater than -1, whatever. So maybe I should just do a... Just a branch. Let's just move all this shit out of the way. Yeah, you live down here now. So maybe we just do a branch that says... is the x not equal to 0? And is that not equal to 0? Although then I guess we always do the other one. So maybe we could just do it based on whether there's any transfer value actually going into them, which would make more sense because if our wind didn't move at all, or it moves in a purely x direction, or fully x direction and doesn't go to itself, yeah, maybe I just say if this is... Yeah, okay, you know what, that makes sense. If this is greater than... Oh, do we ever have negative values? No, we shouldn't really. No. So that's greater than 0. So this one here, which is... I'm so lost. I'm guessing I just had it all in order. If that is greater than 0, then add this to the advect values. Sorry, advect. Index. Where the fuck? Yeah, add that to there. Bam. Oh, no, but then we... Okay, no, but if these return the same things, then it's the fucking same problem. I just want to... Maybe we do just... not equal. Or do add unique. Which is the... Yeah, so I could just be like, okay, not equal to 0. True. Add this coord to that. Oh, no, but that has to go for... So that's sideways, up and down, diagonal, main. So then, this is, did the X change? So yeah, okay, no, this does work, yeah. So we do that, then we do this one, which is, did the Y value do a thing? Duffing? Is that not equal to 0? If true, then add U to there. But then... down... Oh god, you need to fuck off right now. Oh, but then I'm just gonna end up repeating it. Well... Because then it's like, if the value is 0, you don't have to do it anyway. But if the value was 0, then this would have returned 0 in the first place. So maybe it is fine. Yeah, that makes sense. So this would need to be this and that. Do this. Although, you know what I could do? No. 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 Yeah. 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 Do you think the signature should fit the false of the branch into the next branch? No, I do need the sequence, yeah, because if one of them fails, I want to then try the next case and still put it in. Yeah. So then I just want to be like, if this and that, I mean, that would just be this, and this is getting so ugly. If this and that are not equal to 0, then that is the diagonal. Which is this guy, bam. And then lastly, I mean, there's no way for me to test if the main one is going to receive any juice. So I guess we just fucking add that. Well, it should be added first. So let's zhoop these all down. And then we add main index. I mean, look, even if we just operate on the main index and its value is 0, then that is still, or its value is 100%, it's still, we still need to know that. So that doesn't actually matter. So now we've got all this shit. This can all yeet. Oh god, that's, what the fuck? What have I done? This is fucked up. It'll look, just give me a second. Just let me, oh god, fuck. Oh god, fucking shit, fuck. Alright, hold on. We need to, okay, this can all just fuck off. Get lost. Alright, so then we need our actual advection values. Which this one... Wait, which one was the regular guy? Is it this one? You're the X value minus the dude. Then it's just X and Y. X is 2D. Fuck, now I can't remember. Now I can't remember what... No, this is the self. Is it already here, though? Yeah, that is main index. Okay, we're fine. Okay, so now we just need to get the advect amounts, add, if these conditions pass. And you know what? This should be like this. This is dumb as fuck. Who did this? Who came in here and just spaghettified this whole thing? Alright. Do the thing. Blah, blah, blah. Add comments. You know what? That's a good idea. For an idiot. Alright, this is our main index, then left, right, up, down, diagonal, if it passes. Because we're doing a... What do you even call it? Advection via cell overlap area? Yeah, it was the interns. It wasn't me. Okay, so now once I get rid of this, then it's still a fucking mess, but it's manageable. So then what we need to do, well, we need to... shit, alright. So then on... advect... Well, wind advection thing. This is the wind's advection thing. So then override advect values, which we're going to call on ourself for, some reason. We just need to then get the main index. We're just going to do a for each loop of the indices and just operate on them super duper easily. So we have the... God, I can just get rid of all this shit, right? We only have to set array element 1, so that can all fuck off. You know what, just fuck all of it. It's all dead. You're dead to me. So we have the wind working data. We need to get the values of array element. Get the wind working data, get the advect amount, which we can just get. I guess copy, whatever, of the array index. Oh, hello, little chicken bacon. Do you want to say hello? Oh, so I do need water very badly. I need water. Yeah. Come sit. Oh, excuse me. Stretch. Oh, come here, baby. Oh, there you go. Got that. Hopping. Where are you going? Where are you going? You want some armpit action. You're just sitting. You good? You want to go outside? What time is it? Oh yeah, it's 5 a.m. She probably wants to go outside. You know how cats are? They gotta go and eat stuff. Gotta go eat rats. Delicious. Let me just figure this out first. We need to get the wind working data. You know, I might just for safety just cache that. Because I don't trust the getters. The fucking array reference, whatever. We're going to set that. We're going to get the... So the advert index, we get this... We then need to get the main index, get the wind get the wind truth at main index. Just get a copy. Bam. You know, I'll just call it main index. And then we are going to, for the wind truth here, we're going to get this. We're going to multiply you by that. So we get you, multiply you by this. We're going to get the wind working data. We're going to add this to that. And then we're going to set array element on the wind working data. At index, the advect index. Bam. That should work. So this is how we're going to advect everything. Temperature, ocean current, other shit. I don't fucking know. So this should just work. What are we doing over this? I think I succumb to the 2 minutes. I think I will at some point as well. At some point. Or I could make another coffee and just keep going, you know? Why not? I mean, if I've got the energy to do stuff, then I may as well do stuff, you know? You know? How to index advect amount. So we're getting the wind truth. Hashtag truth. Multiplying it by the amount. Then adding that to the, well, the wind working data, because we're multiple things can advect to the same cell. And so then on completion, we do nothing, because it's done. So in theory, what we should be able to do is to, on our wind update, we do wind advection thing, which then spits out advect index and advect amounts and the main index. And for each advect data field, we run advect the values. And so so the wind needs to self-reference itself. The wind needs to manually advect. It's kind of fucking weird, but it's just what happens. Yeah, the wind advects its own values the same way that the wind advects the other shit. Which means we need to, on begin play, wherever you are, get, well, whatever. You can just do it like this. Advect data values add, maybe add unique, just to double check that this doesn't fuck around. Add self to your advect data fields. And then for something like temperature on your begin play, you are going to get actor of class YOLO wind, PSW SDF wind. We're going to I should probably... No, I can just get the advecting data fields and just add myself to it. Add self. And so now the wind is gonna tell this guy, hey, I just like did my shit. Now I need you to do your shit and tell my shit where to go. Hell yeah. Okay, so is this just gonna work like it did before? We don't need that advect all values thing. Wind advection thing. That's gonna do the stuff. It's gonna add. I'll do all these. It's gonna calculate its shit. Blah blah blah. That should be fine, right? I guess we'll find out. Oh wait, no, we need to actually send them once they're done. So we'll just do a fourth sequence here. Indexes, amountses. Bam bam. Cool. So that will get spat out, and then it will tell everything else to do its thing. So we hit simulate. What are you doing, chicken? You on skits mode? Yeah, I know the temperature doesn't work, whatever. Okay, so we have wind. Look, there's wind, and it is working, just like it did before. Except it isn't bending? No? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Why is it not bending around our mountain anymore? Or it didn't look like it was advecting at all. Advection. Oh, you know what? The it's because it's because the truth data isn't Yeah, no, hold on. Advect values. Working data, truth data. Get it at this one. This one isn't post thingoed. Which is a little bit funky. Because wind cache this index. Wind travel this step. I could just say that as a single variable, or I could set the new wind truth value as the twisted value. And then we just get it again. Because I don't want this function to have like a specific, you know, variable input. So do I want to just store it as a single variable here called like current working wind value or some shit? Or do I want to... I mean, it's about to get reset anyway, so maybe I do just twist it by setting the new truth value to be... Well, yeah, okay, because I'm doing... No, because that then... No, that should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah. Let's just go set array. Element. Get that. That goes in there. The item is the new value. Whatever. That should be fine. So now I guess we should see it. Well, we're either going to see it do normal win stuff or it breaks. Yeah, no, it's diverting. So yeah, dank. All right, cool. So we've modularized the advection of values. Now we can make anything move around based on the wind advection, which the wind advection also moves the wind, which then advects, which does, I don't fucking know. It's just simulation shit, you know? We should probably also add some noise to the wind. Just some, like, random left-right. Like turbulence, I guess. Not really turbulence, but... just some, like, jitter. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'll BRB. Hello, I'm back. All right, so advection. Yeah. What do we? Right, temperature. So, when our temperature advects, we need to advect values. Advect index. Let's loop for each gloop. Main index, we get the temperature, the current temperature thing. Temperature. We then get, I guess a copy. We say get this guy. We get a copy of array element. Array index. Advect amount. We get the temperature. We then do this times this. God, I can literally just copy this from the wind, right? I wish you could do wildcard. Oh, actually, can you do wildcard function inputs? Probably not, right? That would kind of defeat the purpose? Question mark? Maybe not though. Advect values. Can I wildcard? No. Fuck. That would be so nice. But I know, you know. I know why. I understand. It's Blueprint. We're all dumb. If you use Blueprint, you're dumb as hell. Like me. Okay, so that's blah, blah, blah. If we just grab this guy here. And we just get the... So I technically don't need that, but... fuck it. We need the... So this is temperature truth. We need our temperature... Oh, do we even need... I guess we do need temperature working data, right? Because we... Advect... Yeah. Multi-array functions the other night had to be type specific. Yeah, okay. What do you think of new templates coming 5.6? I haven't looked at them. Also, Fool, how's it going? Not a single Giga Chad saying anything. It's just, you know, it's just, It's because I just came back from a break, you know. And all the Twitch Giga Chads are too busy lifting weights and being masculine. Temperature working data. I wonder if I even need that working data though, because yeah, no, I definitely do, because we're adding. It needs to be cleared, but then blah blah blah. Set array element. Oh, what the fuck? What happened there? Set array element at array element. Alright. Yeah, the actual element, not the index of that loop. Set that. Bam, bam. And then this guy goes to there. So it's the truth. Multiplied by this at the main index. Gets spread to the other ones, yeah. And then return. Oh, well, not return there, but yeah, whatever. Oh, and no, we have to obviously get the temperature working data and get from the current advect index. And then, why are you by reference? Just get a copy. And cache that. Cache. And then that plus into there, because yeah, multiple things can chuck their thing into the thing. And this is at this guy. Oh, is it? Wait, at the advect index. So the one we're putting it into, yeah, we have to get it. Get it, set it, forget it. Cool. All right, why are you angry? That's our initial data, so that can yeet. Hoping the new car template helps my project. What are all of the templates? Are there any cool ones? Variable looks like you're making grid-based terrain. Kind of. Very good guess. We're making a grid-based climate simulation for a game. Which is very silly, but also kind of fun. So we're just working on... I've done a bit of, like, wind advection, but now that wind advection needs to move other, we're calling them data fields, around. So the wind carries air temperature around, it carries humidity around, it carries diseases if we wanted it to. The wind carries wind around, funnily enough. The wind carries itself around. And so, yeah, just working on a nice way to do that efficiently. Oh, geez, this is really getting... Why is that curling so... Oh, no, that's getting pushed from over here, I see. I was like, why is it... It should never curl further than the mountain surface, but, you know. I wonder if I leave it with this new kind of system, whether these will do that weird literal edge case stuff. Just want Earth 2.0? No, I'm making Earth 3. I'm making Flat Earth number 3. Yeah, with vehicle side scroller, top-down strategy, FPS horror, third-person top-down action, third-person with combat, kind of weird mix. Oh, first-person with combat, kind of weird mix. Able to see more educated. Yeah, that's awesome. I actually saw, I think I saw footage during the live stream of, it was like melee combat, third-person stuff. Which was, I mean, yeah, it's good that they have, you know, it's good that they have stuff. Do they have a, why are these curling so... Right, because downwind also influence... Okay, I need to tweak that a fair bit. So it's fun to work on making the templates. Yeah, true. For sure. I mean, that's kind of how I feel, you know, doing all this dumb stuff is like, even the, like the Prismatiscape stuff, I kind of build that in a way that it's like, people can look at it and create thingos, you know? I think you make a great game quickly if he ignores all these complexities. Pfft. Nah. No way. I feel like if I ignored all the complexities and rabbit holes, I just wouldn't want to make a game. So it would be counterproductive to focus, you know? The game is the complexity. See, someone gets it. Someone gets it. I mean, look, if I was in a rush to make a game, I'd be like hiring people. And like I'd have a design document. Ooh, design document. And I'd be trying to rip everyone off. I'd have a Kickstarter with like some epic footage of like all the crazy shit that you're gonna be doing in the game. And then I'm gonna be like selling cosmetics and selling spaceships, you know, before the game comes out. That's what I'd be doing. Yeah, yeah. My design doc is where are my diagrams? Here's my design doc. Why can't I zoom in further? Design document. Oh, light mode? Where everything was white? Who decided to pivot to Kickstarter grifting? Hit me up, I want to get on this pyramid scheme early. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh. But yeah, I think people are misdirected when they say that I'm making a game, or when they're asking about the game. You know, we're actually creating a whole world out here. You know, it's not a game; it's an experience. We're creating an experience. Or I think someone else put it a certain way one time. They said that Prismatica is a performative art piece. Like, the development process is the product. It's performative art. I'm performing right now. It's like it's a performance of a guy just descending down a dark spiral of tangents and, you know. You know what I mean? Game's supposed to be fun. I disagree. I don't think all games are supposed to be fun. I think games are, or software, or interactive software, as we'll refer to it, interactive software experiences don't need to be fun, you know? Sometimes it's the least fun parts of a game that are the enjoying part, you know? Like you look at Dark Souls or Elden Ring or whatever, and you get your ass kicked. And you get your ass kicked over and over by the same boss for like 2 hours. But like, why are you still playing if you're just getting your ass kicked? You know? Is that fun? Is it fun to die over and over? No, of course not. But it's about overcoming challenges. It's about knowing yourself better through the medium of video game. It's about self-learning. It's about accomplishment. Yeah, exactly. It's about feeling skilled. It's about learning. Like you look at like The Sims, right? And I mean the Sims, and I'm talking about Sims 1. Obviously, the real Sims. It's never like, it's never fun. Like you're only ever like clicking a button and telling a virtual character to, like, you know, eat food or like take a piss or whatever. And so it's never like fun. You know what I mean? It's not like Call of Duty, like, you know, shooting, you know, people wearing turbans and stuff. It's like you're just watching a character do things, but it's interesting. It's interesting to watch, you know. Yeah, I agree, Fraxis. I think all of the FromSoft games are like, you know, are kind of like that. But like, it's like, at the same time, does it need to be anything more than that? Like, I mean, people play them for different games, you know. But yeah, I definitely don't think games need to be fun. I think that fun and enjoyment are different things, you know? Like, I can enjoy eating a beautiful meal, but it's not fun. I'm not having fun. I'm not like, I'm having so much fun, you know, shoving fried tofu into my face. So I don't think that games necessarily need to be fun to be valuable, or for people to find value in them. But anyway, my game's gonna be fun as fuck. Like, just, you watch. It's gonna make people laugh. It's gonna make people cry. It's gonna make me laugh and cry. Derive enjoyment from fun. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree, but that's like, that's a fingers and thumb. That's fingers and thumbs, you know? Like, yeah, you can derive enjoyment from fun, but that's not the only place that enjoyment comes from. Like, you don't read a book and think, I'm having so much fun. You're saying, I'm so intrigued by the plot, or I'm so, you know, engulfed in the world building and whatnot. But it's not like an active fun almost fun implies like active involvement, I would say. Whereas enjoyment or interest is like, you know, you know, you can generate interest, or you can generate enjoyment from fun, but there's like a million other things that, you know, can have the same effect. All right, where was I? I'm so lost. We were doing temperature, which is over here. Right here. So we wanted to generate our initial temperature, which we were going to do using noise. So we're just going to do another random noise seed. But then I was also going to grab the... that can just be a, yeah, 1D noise, right? That can also die. These can just get added together. Why not? Fuck it. Got a social connection too, because I still play League of Legends, not getting joy or accomplishment from it. Yeah, that's called just pure gaming addiction. I guess if you're doing it to socialize with friends, it's not necessarily a gaming addiction. But if you were just playing by yourself, then seek help. Self-mutilation? Goddamn. Alright, so random seed from dude, and then we just want to go add... Oh, actually, no, we want to get our temperature C truth and our temperature working data. We need to add... Oh, gosh. Bam. We need to get our current index. Schwell that in there. Schwell that into... Oh, no, wait, that's... Oh, no, we don't need to know the index. We're literally just adding it to the array. Okay, this bit up here can... oh, we got the elevation already set up. Don't need those debuggers. Alright, and we can grab the elevation, which is a static value most of the time. So we're going to go from 0 to blah, blah, blah. I guess we do... Yeah, this as the initial value, then this is like the random noise offset. 5 degrees. That's a bit extreme. 2 degrees. That, add this guy. Why do Aussies add O to the end of everything? Like Smoko? Or Servo? Or, I can't think of any others. Am I a bad Australian? Dicko? Fucko? Sicko? That's not Australian. Sicko's not Australian. Alright, you're getting terrain data, you're getting wind data. And then... Bam, 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 bam. So yeah, in advect, we're advecting. That's all good. On update cell... well, how do we update temperature, you know? How do we update temperature? I guess we don't at the moment. Oh, we also need to do the cache cycle. Cache and draw cycle. I forget how this works. Let me go to the wind. Where are you, windy boy? Insano mode. Insano style. Cache and draw cycle. So you're just getting the working data, setting that as the truth, and then setting the working data back to 0. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. So your temperature working data, we're gonna getcha. We're gonna get the temperature truth. Gonna smack you in there. You go there. You come out of there and go into there. You are the cache index. Cool. And then we set the main index back to 0 of the working data. Back to 0. Cool. Oh, and we're getting the working data and setting it at this one to the truth. Yeah, that's a bit messy, but YOLO. YOLO. Don't feel digital League of Legends at all. I also never play by myself. I'm addicted to Rocket League for my competitive game of choice. Yeah, fair. I getcha. Let's go to our debug atmosphere drawer. And on update at coords, let's just grab the... let's just fucking lazy ass. Get the temperature. Temperature. Let's just get the temperature truth. And get at this guy. Chuck that into the Z value. Which means we're gonna get... I mean, yeah, whatever. That should work. Huh. Access none. Oh, I haven't actually added temperature into our stack. Let's go to our world data manager fella. We are going to go data field classes. We need terrain, water, wind, temperature, and reinitialize you. Now we have a temperature guy. He's chilling. Now it should work in theory. No. Same render targets, this guy. The B value. Okay. So why are you not... I can do calculate initial data. Go to the debug drawer and go update all coords data. Okay, now it's doing it. That's a cold spot there. That must be this. But how? How? Is there something I'm not doing in initialize that I'm doing in the other ones? When I do calculate initial data, that's all fine. Construction script, nothing. Control window vector, add vector values. Okay, so that's fine. In temperature. What did I say? I'll go initial data, add vector values. Yeah, this should be calling calculate initial data. Doing this. Adding our dudes. Oh, we need to clear these. Very important. I guess. Let's just spaghetti it together. Wasn't it one of your videos that made geometry stick to other geometry out of ball that would stretch to other geometry? That would be the distance to nearest surface node. Distance to nearest surface. Alright, are these now... No, where the fuck is our B value, you bitch? Let's go to the shader again. Let's get the B Chanel and divide E by 20 or something. I don't know. And then, you know what, we'll chuck it into a lerp. And that can be... Actually, we have a... What is it? Black body... Yeah, black body radiation. Let's just do that. Fuck it. Why not? Okay, but... Yeah, why is temperature not twerking? We can calculate the initial data here. It must just be that the manager isn't... Temperature's there. It's doing all its stuff. When we... I say debug drawer. No, that's fine. Blackbody custom material function. It's just, I think it's just a lookup table. It's in the engine. But it's just... Oh, what's the bet they... Oh god, I don't know. Let me fuck with it for a sec. Okay, I think it's in Celsius, yeah. Is it going blue hot? I can't tell. Oh yeah, it is, it is. Oh, and then it goes white. At like 37,000 degrees. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna do a lerp. Now that I know it's in actual degrees. What color is negative fire? Now that's a good question, Core. Negative fire emits negative light, which we can... If we use a point light, prepare to have your mind kind of blown, maybe. There's a funny hack you can do in Unreal. If you get a... Where are those profiles? An IES profile, right? You can actually set the IES intensity to a negative value. And then you can cast negative shadows. How's that? So I was thinking I could do that. You know. So you can see here, we're casting a shadow from the sun onto this thing, but then there's a negative light source. I guess casting shadows. I mean, look, it's dumb as fuck, but like, it's still funny as hell. You can also cast negative colored light. So if I make this a red light, it will be blue. It'll cast blue negative shadows. Very spooky. Yeah, how's that? That's pretty funny, isn't it? So dumb. Anyway, know, there's fun fact of the day. It's technically a bug, but I don't know. I'll probably, when I write like a custom rendering thing, I'll probably... I'm trying to think of like a fucky way to do it with just regular light, but I don't think... I mean, I think you can just give a point light a negative value, but it must clamp it somewhere. No, it does clamp it. Yeah, it's... Can the color be negative? No. Can the... Fuck, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. Something. I forget what I was saying. Let's do a 3 lerp. Oh. Lerp 3 color using this, which means that let's go to up to like fucking 40 degrees. At 4, so at 0, which is up here, we're gonna have icy cold, which is like this color. The color of ice. And then we're going to have a cool blue. And then anything above that is like, I don't fucking know, some other color. Red? Orange? Orange. Oh, that's kind of ugly though. Maybe this could be like yellow. Maybe that could be red. Red hot. Like the Aussie desert. Like the bloody Aussie desert. So there's your initial data. Looks, you know, looks about right to me. Alright, but then when we do this, it immediately goes cold. Now, why is that? Is it calculating its initial data? I don't know. Let's go to, not terrain. What's it called? Temperature. Calculate initial data. Compile. Let me do this. Calculate initial data. Goes through, does stuff, blah. Clear, clear, clear. For loop. Adds temperature, 19 degrees. Temperature work. Oh, the working data should start at 0. What am I even... Yeah, duh. Duh. Where there's no native color gradient type. Well, what do you mean, Shifty? Do you mean like a, in materials? You actually can... Hold on, let me do another tangent. Actually, you know, this is probably a good place to use it. So we can do material... no, wrong place. It's in texture... Texture? No, wrong place. It's in... a fucking... it's not a curve. It's not... Well, it uses a curve, but it's a... fucking... That's not like linear... Ah, right, right. Yeah, no, you can do a curve. A linear color curve is what we want. Let's call this temperature Visualizer. So yeah, we can do this and like set point. So we'll say at 0 degrees, cold color. And then at, well, what's our scale? We want to be like at, I don't know, some fucking other... God, I don't even know how this shit fucking works. What are the bottom ones and what are the top ones? Oh, that's alpha. Yeah, fuck alpha. At 30 degrees, we want to be like, oh, it's like, I don't know. It's quite hot. And then at whatever this number is. I mean, I can... Can I not set that by... you know what, fuck it. At 40, it's like red. Unbearable. At 10 degrees, it's like, I don't know. It's grey. And at 20 degrees, it is, it's pleasant. It's like a nice cream colour. Use of data never. Yeah. Yeah, like you can adjust them all manually here. But you can just set an absolute value up here. But then what you can do for a material is... I don't actually know where it is. It must be in material somewhere, right? Layers, profiles, neural. Let's look in here. We can get a curve, right? Or yeah, curve atlas row parameter, which uses a... It's called an... Oh, maybe I can just look up curve atlas. Fuck, I don't know what they're... Is it in texture? No, it isn't. It gets converted to a texture. I'm pretty sure you can't change it at runtime either. But it essentially just turns that curve into like a 1 by whatever resolution texture. Maybe it's in miscellaneous. Curve Atlas. Manages gradient lookup table textures for registered actors and assigns them to corresponding materials on the actor. So this would be temperature curve atlas. Which I think that the curve atlas can contain multiple curves. And so texture width, I don't know, we only need like a fucking 16 or some shit. Doesn't need square resolution. Texture height can just be 1. Gradient curves. We can then get our temperature visualizer. Hello. Which is big dude. And then we hit save and it... Oh, you son of a bitch. Can it not fucking... Because it's the fucking texture, it can't go out of bounds. Oh, you're so bad. Can I do brightness? No, that wouldn't... Well, I've broken it already. I've already found a bad use case for it. Well, okay, I'd have to, like, normalize this to fit within 0 to 1, apparently. Which is dumb as fuck. It was looking quite promising. How can I squish them all down? Why can't it... I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it's dumb. Anyway, then what we'd say is, curve time, get the... you know, temperature, put that in, spit that out into here, and then this would be temperature curve atlas using this guy here. And then that should be, you know, doing the thing, but yeah, it's not normalized, so. Shouldn't this have like a scale value? Or like maybe this should definitely have a scale. So you can be like, oh yeah, use this curve, but like scale it by a value, you know? So fucking busted. Who designs this shit? How can I like scale it down? No, that didn't. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. We just go like this. Ah, now I have to go... let's go this. Can I... You know what? Go back. Let's just do this. Which is at 9 degrees. Let's just go this down to 0.1. And then this to 0.2. And then this to 0.3. And then this to 0.4. Oh, 0.4. And then this one to 0.5. And so now it's all good. Wow, that looks amazing. So then in here, we've got temperature visualizer from 0 up to 50 and beyond. Maybe we'll do one more at like 60. Put a stop in. Tell it to be black. Cool. Okay, and then we can be like, okay, get the temperature divided by 100? Question mark? In Celsius. Put that into the curve. Do this, and then schwow. That's exactly what we wanted. Although our initial temperature is very cold overall, so I actually want to just go to the temperature guy, go to the initial data, and I want to, I don't know, temperature variation of 15 degrees. And then maybe here, our in range is going to be up to like 10,000 to 100,000, right? We'll go to our temperature. Temperature, calculate initial data, go to our debug drawer, and update you. Okay, what the fuck have I done? Let me just check in the wind what I'm supposed to be doing. Over here. When I calculate initial data... Okay, so I set both of them to be actual values. Although that would be why the first update like doubles the wind values, right? Yeah, that's more how it should be going. Because when I set the wind working data to be the same as that, it all then gets like doubled. Like you'll see the first pass, it's good, and then the next one, it just like explodes in juice. So yeah, the working data should always be set to 0. Temperature, working data, 0. This then gets set to... Yeah, why is it not... Well, what are our fucking... Where's the character? This lady's sitting at 23,000 on ground level, and then the top of this big pyramid thing is over 100,000. So 23,000. And then we'll just say, yeah, 25 to 0 with a big fluctuation. Temperature, see, truth. Bam, 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 bam. Temperature working data. And then on update cell, we don't do anything. This should just chill. But it should be able to advect, right? Where we're getting the temperature working data, which should be 0. We cache it. We then add a multiple of the truth value to then set the new working data, like, added on. And I just need to check that the array element... Also, yeah. Do you know what's fucking annoying? The Gnome Party OST, which he's playing right now, keeps getting copyright claimed on all my stream VODs, but not by Jagex. It's by some fucking trash tier remix called, like, I don't know, like, what is it? Bass something? Bass Hunter? I don't know. I can't remember. I don't even want to fucking think about it. But it's literally just the song, but with this shitty, like, fucking kick drum, just going. But it's like a semitone out of tune. And it's like, how fucking low effort can you possibly go? I don't know. It just makes me want to fucking... Every single time, I contest it. And I say, this is absolute... Like, I'm not exaggerating. This is absolute fucking trash. Stop claiming videos with this thing. Jagex have given people explicit permission that they can use, you know, these soundtracks in their videos. Blah, 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 blah. Every single time. It's not based on... I don't... What's the fucking... You know, I'm gonna fucking look at it. I'm so mad. I'm so mad just thinking about it. Let's go to my channel. We go to videos. We go to the live section. Monetization on. Right, escrow. Here we go. Wait, can I not? Copyright, see details. Blah, 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 blah. It's called Bass Shock. Bass Shock. Gnome Village Party. Content type, audio. Dispute under review. It expires in 21 days. Video monetization being held. It's like, bruh. Don't even look it up. I'm warning you. Don't look it up because you will die. It is that bad. It is absolute garbage. It's so bad. Bass Shock. Bass Shock these nuts. Bass shockingly bad. Alright, why am I not getting these initial values? Okay, but where's the fucking temperature? I'm pretty sure it's got comments disabled on the YouTube video of it, so I can't, like, fucking rage at them. I can't just, like, hate bot them and be like, stop claiming fucking videos that use this song that you fucking ripped off. It's not even like... Like, I don't mind when someone... Like, let's say they, like, change the instrumentation and even just use the same MIDI files that you'd get for the RuneScape soundtrack. And they, like, you know... But they literally just get the audio file and just added this shitty, you know, bass, kick and bass to it. I don't know. I don't know. They get penalized if they falsely claim it? No. Well, apparently not, because it's happened, like, over 10 times. And every single time, I dispute it. And the disputes don't go through YouTube. They go directly to the you know, person that's claiming it, or the, you know, the company that's claiming it. Which is like, it's obviously not them as an individual that's claiming it. It's whatever their distribution channel is that handles all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, you can use, like, DistroKid or CD Baby or whatever, you know, gets music onto Spotify. That will automatically do all that shit. And so obviously, because their remix is so poor, it's picking up the original song as their cover of the song, and it's just automatically flagging it. It's a fucking dumb system. It's just dumb. It's dummy dumb. It's silly. It is very silly. Okay, why is this not working? Let me go here and just press play, and then play. Oh wait, is this not being updated? Maybe that could be it. Instead of, if you want to escalate it beyond there, you have to agree to potentially be open to litigation. Yeah, it is. You have to, like, tick some little waiver boxes saying that, like, you know, I'm, like, yes, I have permission to use this, or... There's nothing to flag that it was a false claim, or that it was an incorrect claim. Like, I can't say, oh, actually, this was incorrectly flagged as this song, but it's actually this song. And for that to be the dispute, it just has to be, I have permission to use... I mean, technically, I'm saying that I have permission to use the shitty remix in my video. Not that I have permission to use the actual song that it's falsely flagging itself as. But, like, you know, it's... I don't know, it's just stupid. It's just dumb. It is just a silly thing. Right, let's go to the Sim Data Field Manager. Update simulation fields, blah, 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 blah. Update data at coords. So that's the manager guy. This should be going through every data field. Update cell, cache and draw cycle. I think what's happening... Well, no, because the fucking... Well, yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah, fuck. Okay, you know what? Let's, in temperature, let's just say update cell, index. Let's just set the temperature truth, get, set as the working data. That's all we're going to do. Well, working data. not add, set element.
But it's like this isn't... Like, it's not... Oh, that's in the calculate initial data. What am I fucking saying? Oh no, that should be... Oh, maybe this doesn't have a reference to the manager before this gets done? Maybe? No, I should be able to advance a single frame. Well, like, yeah, if I hit resume, it should then go to... Yeah. So it is going over the loop. It is setting all of our start values. Then once that's done, it does nothing. Cache and draw cycle, main index. Here, the working data. The working data from the main index should be getting set at the cache. Oh, no, that is the working. I'm so fucking confused. Okay, if I just, like, ignore it all. Well, no, I guess I need to fucking... Zlad, I am making a game kind of thing. I'm making a thing, you could say. Alright, where the hell is the wind? Wind. Alright, on the update cell. It does its thing, it sets this thing in there, whatever. Wind advection, blah blah blah. The advecting value isn't getting used anymore, right? Because it's... Yeah. Wow, what an actual nightmare fuel. You know what, we can do this. Oh, yeah, wow, spread it out. Spread that blueprint spaghetti. Delicious. And that gets done at the end. Let's check these conditions over here. Yeah. Whatever. Cool. So when I do cache and draw cycle, we have the truth. Okay, no, so we're never getting from the main index, are we? Maybe that's what's going wrong. We're just getting the working data and committing it to truth and then setting it to 0. So we get working data, commit it, and then set it to 0. I don't think that's the issue, but... Okay, you can chill now. You can chill. Okay, no, that was the issue. Okay, so now we have temperature, and in theory the temperature should be moving around with the wind. In theory. It looks like it, I guess. I might pump the wind up a bit now that it's not doubling on begin play. Which would be wind. we go to our initial data, pump that up to like 30 meters a second, maybe 20 meters a second, 10 meters a second, but with a 10 offset. Although I guess we can just make it a bit more random now, but whatever. Okay. So, is the temperature moving around? That's what I want to know. Or is it just accumulating in a really bad way? Oh, I guess if the wind is 0. No, but that should... Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah? No. Why are we getting hotspots? I wonder. Hotland should create... Yeah. So we're gonna... We need to, when we do the temperature, probably just do like an up, down, left, right cell comparison. And use the gradient of hot to cold to generate a direction that the wind... Or then gets added to the wind value. So if we start with 0 wind, like no wind anywhere at all, let's say that the sun doesn't exist and there's no wind, and then the sun rises, then we should, then immediately we get a temperature gradient between, like, elevated parts and not elevated parts. Is any way hotter than maybe the hot bits just being more contrasty? Yeah. Well, yeah, I just need to... It might just be because when I'm doing the temperature update here, this is just dumb. Technically, I don't want to update the... Well, no, I do have to update the temperature. Otherwise, it's just gonna... Oh, yeah, no, we can just advect the... No, that wouldn't work. Right, because that's not moving it around. That's just advectionating it. Yeah, this is just blurring it without actually getting rid of it from its own cell, which is just adding it over time. But I wonder why it's doing that. It's not because of this. Because our working... oh, no, that's fine. Yeah. It might just be in here, actually. Advect amount. Array... index. Advect amount. So we're doing... the array element, array index. So array element is the actual number that we're dealing with. The array index is the index of the loop, which we want to match here. So get the amount from the index, the truth value from the main index, and then set the working data. Yeah, so that adds it. I mean, the main index should be getting added here. But oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's that we need to lerp rather than yeah, I'll explain in a sec. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Will the temperature be based on initially? Currently, it's just based on random noise, just to start. Just random noise and, like, elevation applies an offset. But then the idea is that it will actually... It'll equalize. Or, like, it'll... What... The idea is that we just do noise at first, and then we let it run for, like, 1,000 days in editor, and then save those initial values, and that's what happens when, the game starts. And then obviously, you play the game, shit happens, and then we save the state of it when you save and load. But for the very initial one, when we're doing stupid stuff like, oh, I want to put, like, a new mountain over here, or I want there to be a giant valley, or a river, or whatever, then you can just hit, like, update, the P World Sim data field, and it will then run the simulation for, like, 100 real-life days. Yeah. 1,000 real-life days. And then regenerate the new initial values. But for now, I'm just using random noise. Anyway, the issue that we're running into with the temperature advection is that it's additive, right? Like, we're saying add... Let's say there's, like, fucking... I don't know. Let's say we've got this many cells. And we've got some cold shit over here. And some hot shit over here. And so cold is 0, right? Let's just say it's 0. And red is, I don't know, 30 degrees. Celsius, obviously, because we're not psychos. And then let's say, hypothetically, the wind is all moving in towards this cell. And so because we were doing wind previously, where we're sending through a direction, we add up all the directions, and that gives us the new direction. But if we do it with temperature,
it's completely different, because if we add 0 degrees into this cell, nothing happens. But if we add 30 degrees into this cell from 3 different directions, we get 90 degrees. So that's why we were getting those mad-ass temperature hotspots without the cold. Do you know what I mean? So how do we actually do this without knowing how many cells are influencing this one? How do we... Because we can't... Can you average as you go? Like if I say... Let's start at 0. No, that doesn't make sense, because we don't know how many dudes have affected it. Because we're doing a forward simulation. Yeah, what happens if we get 30 and we add 30? Cool. Well, I guess the first one... Okay, let's just take... We've got 30. We've got 10. We've got 1. We've got 2 zeros. Whatever, that's fine. Let's go like fucking 5 instead of 10. So if we go calculator, and we have 30 plus 10 plus 5 plus 0 plus 0 equals 45, divided by 5 equals 9. What if we did 30 plus 10 divided by 2, 35, plus 5 divided by 2, plus 0 divided by 2, plus 0 divided by 2. Sorry, that should be 5. What was our initial average? It wasn't 5, was it? No, it was 9. Result of that cell be 15. It would be 9. It would be whatever the average of these are all. So yeah, 45 divided by 5 is 9. Fuck, so that means we have to track how many fucking visitors it's had? Cancer. That's another potentially tens of thousands long array that this needs. Surely there must be another way. Like, yeah, I could have another array called number of advect, advectors, and then just sum it all together, and then just fucking divide it by the thing once it gets cached and drawn. So before we convert it to truth, we get the working data, divide it by the number of advectors. I don't know. What are you trying to calculate? I'm just trying to... So, like... We're doing, like, fluid advection, right? And we've got, like, these wind... You know, wind is transferring its direction and strength to neighboring cells. But it's like, it's a forward simulation, meaning that for this cell, it will add an entry. Well, it won't add an entry. It will operate on this cell's working data, and this one will also operate on this one's working data by just getting it and adding its value to that. And then once we get, you know, 2 lines down, we then commit that to the truth value, because we know that it's not going to be worked on by any other cells, because it's already 2 rows beyond that. But the problem is, because we're operating directly on it, we don't know how many things have operated on it. Because, you know, this one might be facing this way, in which case it doesn't even operate on this diagonal. It only operates on these 3, if it was going in this direction. So for something like wind, where it's, you know, the accumulation of all of the vectors, that's absolutely fine. But for something like temperature, where we want to get the average, you know, temperature that has been moved to this cell, it's, well, you know, it's completely different, because we have, what's it called? Oh, actually, you know what? You know what? Brain Blast. Instead of... no, hold on. Hold my dick. No, we don't have to... No. I've got it. Instead of operating the... Instead of advecting the absolute temperature, we tell the cell what the difference in temperature since the last update was. And then when we commit it, we get the previous value and add or subtract the total difference. So when we do temperature advect values, we want to get so the advect amount I'm fucking lost already. This sounded smarter in my head. Temperature working data. So this is like the... where the thing is. We want to add the difference between... So there's the advect amount. Do we even need... Oh, I guess we do. Because... No, fuck! Oh, no, it's still... Okay, hold on. Temperature truth. We get that. So this is the thing.
music, stop. I need to brain for a second. I know it's like nearly 7 a.m. This will be the last thing I ever do. So we need the temperature truth, the current temperature truth value for the main index. And we're saying to the other guys, we want to get the truth at the other array element. Get a copy. And array element. We want to get the difference between truth at main index and truth at the neighboring index. And we want to, if I was moving 30 from here and it was 0 over there. So it's 30 here, 0 over there. Then I want to add 30. So it would be this guy minus this guy, then multiplied by the advect amount, so the ratio, then add that to the temperature working data, and then when we cache and draw, we get the temperature working data, and we then get temperature truth, get copy, at cache index, local variable, temperature truth. I don't fucking know. That's not the right. Whatever. I just want to cache that just to make sure we don't double write or whatever. So we get that, and we get the working data and add that to the new truth, or make that the new truth value. Wait, does that make sense? Maybe I should have a different array. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Let's just fucking see what happens. Do you know what I mean, though? Okay. Scorched earth. Hold on. It makes sense in my head. It makes sense in my head. Because, like, let's say this is... let's say this is 0 degrees, right? And this cell has moved to, like, here, right? And this is 30. And so it's moved... Let's just say it's being split between these... You know what? Make it easier. 40 degrees. It's 40 degrees. You look at how temperature is calculated in the real world for maps. Well, we're not just visualizing data. We're actually, like, simulating the temperature. But, I mean, I could look into actual climate models, but that's a bit extra. But anyway, so when we move this guy into here, we essentially want to be adding 10 degrees to it. So what we can do is get the difference. So 40 minus 0 is 40. And then get the fraction of that difference and put that into the working data, or add that to the working data. So if this was the only cell we were operating on, we'd end up with 10 degrees in the next cycle. But obviously, if we had this one doing the same thing, you know, maybe it would input 20 degrees into here, and this one would maybe do another 10 degrees. Then this one would end up being 40 degrees. Now, that's fine, because that's just what we're doing
anyway with the wind advection. We're just adding values and shit. But where it gets interesting is if this was 40 degrees and these are all 0 degrees, then when we move this one into here, let's say, what's a quarter of 0? Oh, it's still fucking 0. But if we get the difference between this one and that one, we get negative 40. And we then swoop that, or a fraction of negative 40, that being negative 10, into here. And then we do the same for here. This one would be negative 20, because it's like moving straight down. And then this is another negative 10. So this would then become 0 if all of these converged onto it. So yeah, that's yeah. Mr. Frapp, hello. Picked up your plugin on Fair, wanted to deconstruct the pre-Niagara version, but couldn't find that part of the code. Is it removed from the plugin entirely, and we'll learn that part as well? Yeah, it is removed. You mean like the kind of material, the bit that was just in materials? It is, all of the code is there, but it's just written in Niagara instead. And I also only got maybe 10% of the way there, doing it all just in materials. But then, yeah, quickly moved to Niagara to finish it off because Niagara can do loops rather than needing to copy and paste rows and rows of nodes with a fixed number of slots. But yeah, if you look at all the Niagara stuff, not in here, in this one. Particularly the draw deform capsules. This just has all the same material logic that I was using previously. It just looks a bit different because of the Niagara version of the nodes. But you can still see the draw function, which is very you know what? I think it's laid out really well. I can understand it. I mean, look, it's got comments, you know. Playing around Brackstrats, doing content template version, but it's missing out on all the GZ vector related. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could. If you look at this, you can pretty much see what's going on because it's all labeled. It's just, yeah, capsules start and end location. Do, you know, draw capsule math. And then we compare that, instead of using a scene capture, we compare it against an RVT height, height map, to determine whether we're, on the floor or not. So that when we jump, we don't draw when we're not on the floor. One of the big, I mean, I guess technically you can do a, what's it called? You can do wind simulation in only materials. There's just a lot of back and forth drawing and stuff, but, yeah, you should still be able to kind of glean the learning juice from the Niagara. Although I would... It's kind of hard because Niagara Grid doesn't have much documentation at the moment. I am going to be doing a proper video about Grid 2D. And how I use it in a bunch of different ways. Not just for fluid simulation shit, but to do, you know, interfacing with materials, and kind of like, I mean, what I'm doing right now is related to it as well, which is just like kind of drawing CPU data into the thingamajig. Niagara Grid is still experimental, releasing pretty soon, can't rely on it. Yeah, well, I mean, Niagara Grid itself is super stable. Once it's working. But yeah, it is a bit fucky with, like, doing, like, I don't know, it's just... There's a few quirks that, yeah, it's kind of a bit hard to get working, but then as soon as it's working, it's rock solid. Alright, what was I doing wrong here? Right, so this makes sense, right? I'm not just crazy. Let's crop, save as. This makes sense, right? There we go. So when we advect val, so when we advect values, we get. Let me do this. So wait, difference between. Well, I need to do difference between. When do the truth values get cleared? No, they never get cleared. They only get reset at this stage. Okay, I need to, like, gather my thoughts. Advect, well, update cell temperature. Temperature working data. Oh, that's what... Okay. We don't want to update cell. You just chill. Actually, maybe this does work. I was just fucking it. So we have our initial stuff, and it looks stable. I believe it's moving around. It's kind of hard to tell. I just grab the beast. I mean, I can't fucking see shit, right? I mean, I guess we'll see when this starts to... Okay, you know what? I need more wind. Give me more wind. Where area? This... No, go back. What if you just convert 1D to 2D, create a kernel, then calculate? I have used that function. Although I made my own that wraps around dimensions and stuff. But I kind of wanted to avoid using kernel for everything, because it can technically be, like, inaccurate. I mean, you've got to do it on a GPU because a pixel can't operate on other pixels, because you're calculating one, you know, pixels in isolation. But because we're on a CPU, we can kind of do a forward-looking simulation where we can just be like, oh yeah, this cell is moving into these 3 cells, so let's just, like, split its value into these 3 ones, instead of having to do
So we're like pushing data around rather than doing a kernel, getting the average, and then backtracking from there and inheriting the value from behind us or from the advec direction. Which tends to like blur things even if you don't want it to in a weird way. But yeah, let me I was going to wind. Although I will need to do kernel for, or just like an up, down, left, right for calculating like the temperature gradient. Because, you know, hot air, cold air, the hot air rises and it creates a wind current from the cold to the hot. So we do need to do one in that case. It's almost like calculating the normals of the wind or the normals of the temperature. Right, wind, initial values, big, add 10, yeah, do that. Yeah, it's not good. All right, let's see how this goes. I still want the wind. Let's go like gale force shit, you know? 40 meters per second. That's bloody windy, innit? Right, so are these values actually moving around? I cannot tell. You know what would make this easier to visualize? If the temperature was quantized. Let's do this and then round the values and then divide by 100. I mean, that's just going to quantize it to each degree. I mean, maybe that will be easier to see. Not really. I mean, yeah, it is. Okay, it is working, at least. Can I just, like, divide by... Sorry, multiply by 5? Then round? Then divide... No, I want to actually divide it then. I'm so confused. Divide by 5, round, multiply by 6? 5? I don't fucking know, who cares? So every 2 degrees is... No, every 5 degrees is quantized. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it is all moving around. That's great. And it works. Okay, yeah, it's not like creating giga hotspots or anything. Our wind currents are deflecting off the mountain. Yeah. Decent. We've got a warm front coming in, you know, we've got some hot wind from the west, the western continent. Chance of bushfires, you know. Also, what's this fucking directional light value? It's so fucking bright. Go down to like fucking 5. Maybe go to 6. Way better. then let's just add this. So what was that one? You were the debug render target. Oh, that was for the normals. Yeah, true. Float 2 and float 3 are undefined. That would be because you are RG. Technically, that can just be append, whatever. Yeah, but that's a float 1. How is that a float? Ah, right, because you. Let's do you append a vector. Oh, sorry. Camera lost focus while I was focusing AF. Focused AF? Focused it? Alright, that needs to be way less doodle-dickened. Although I might, let's not even color the flow map, the debug flow map. It can just be white. And we just add it, put in the base color. And that's good to go. Like that. Just for a bit of texture. Maybe that's a bit too much. So from the games, what are you working on now? Not really following the temperature, don't like too much context. So we're essentially doing a like a climate / biome / weather simulation system, so that people can just have their game world, mainly designed for like open world kind of games. What is that on my? Oh no, that's. Thought that was. Thought that was on my screen. So people can just like create their game world and just hit a button, and it will just realistically or believably generate, you know, wind currents, temperature regions, you know, land fertility regions, blah blah blah. But it all adapts in real time, so there can be like, you know, a volcano eruption or a nuclear bomb, you know, like a nuclear winter, whatnot, and also deals with like, you know, snowfall, water accumulation, flooding, rivers being, you know, well, streams being existent or non-existent, all that kind of stuff. Which probably sounds a bit silly. And it is. It's very silly. But I thought it would be funny, so that's that's where we are. Right, let's see if with our wind noise... Yeah, okay, yeah, we're still getting our nice valley wind chugging on through here. Literally my topic for the master degree. Sheesh. Hell yeah. Can you access that info in a material and load between different textures, etc.? Would be pretty cool. Yes! And that's exactly what we're doing here to visualize. So I'm getting the wind data and sending that to a render target, and that's how we're doing this flow map, which, again, is just to visualize currently, but, you know, we would do something like, what is the current snow coverage on the ground, and as that increases or decreases, we update the render target in that position, and then, you know, you would use that to drive, you know, is there snow on the trees? Is there snow on the ground? Do we have, like, the snow footprint Prismatiscape effect going on? But then that data is also accessible in the CPU, like, really easily. We just look up, you know, at the index, what is the snow value here? So then you can do things like slow the character down depending on how much snow accumulation there is. And then even for things like VFX, like, oh, my character is breathing, but if it's, you know, negative 10 degrees, then the breathing is gonna, you know, fucking vaporize or whatever. Or, you know, if it's like 50 degrees hot and some blood spurts out of an enemy that you just killed and it hits a rock, you can make it play a sizzle sound. Just really dumb stuff. Really, really dumb, silly things. Imagine you get a glider and you're just like swooshing in on through here, you know, just... Also, does this obey? No, that doesn't. Okay. No, fuck. See this dank wind current just going like whoosh, and then like this way, and then like this way, and then it's like going this way. Hell yeah. Very cool. Use that simulated world change. You have hundreds of years, whatever. You have the winds move more slowly. You can come up with some cool ideas for that. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's the other thing is that it should do like it handles seasons relative to, well, it should, if it's set up correctly, handle seasons relative to like the equator. And like the equatorial, you know, lines would be parameterized. So you could say like this continent here, this side over here is like really, it's on the equator, and this side over here is like at the pole. And yeah, like it would actually simulate, you know, like over the time of the year that this part would have changing seasons. The equator would probably end up with just a wet and a dry season, and the pole is just always fucking cold. But you'd also get like polar winds and shit happening. So yeah. For like, for me, it means a more immersive world, but for like other game developers that use it, it just means they don't have to fuck around with like hand placing a bunch of like weather event exclusion volumes. Like, this place over here is a desert, so let's like place a volume and like do this spline that's like, okay, let's exclude
the rain event and the snow event and the whatever event from happening in the desert. But then it's like, oh, well, one of the fucking artists went in and they just, like, moved the desert to, you know, do this. Or they added, like, I don't know, some shit. Now I've got to, like, move this volume and whatever. So the idea is to just kind of automate the kind of biome slash seasons slash wind. Like, you won't have to program as you go up the mountain, it gets windier, because that will just happen emergently through the system. Gonna implement flooding? Yes. How I'm gonna do it? I don't know. But it should be pretty easy to do flooding, because it's literally just, like, you know, rainfall, and then water drains based on the landscape normals, and then based on that water runoff, you can just increase the height of a river, or streams, or whatever, or a lake. Or if, like, too much water accumulates in, like, a, you know, some kind of basin where there isn't already an existing lake, then until it drains into the water table, I'd probably have to go through and compute a flood. Just do, like, a pass where I do, like, just add a shit ton of water to every cell, and then watch it drain, and then pinpoint the parts that could possibly flood, and then put in a water mesh, or, like, you know, like a floodable lake actor that then can actually, like, adjust its Z level as it floods. But then everywhere else you can just do, like, puddles and ground wetness, based on that kind of thing. But yeah, it shouldn't be that hard. I mean, I say that, but it actually shouldn't be that hard. So advect values, I just need to make a note. Advect the change in temperature. Yeah, look, it's yeah, you know. Why is that not I mean, it is working, so I don't know. Confusing. If you got a little cool mechanics for your game already, so I'm positive you wrap this up eventually. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm just in the mood for simulation shit, you know? I'm just in the mood for it. I just wanted to go into the wind.
And the deflection downhill factor, 0.05. And then I also wanted to, when we calculate our deflection update cell, I wanted to add like a very small offset to the dot. Oh, it'd have to be... fuck. It would have to be sandwich clamped. Oh, no, I could just do it over here. Yes. Oh, well, clamp float. Yeah, no, I'd have to remap range. Oh, why don't I remap range? Let's just go remap range clamped. Map range clamped. Value from 0.1 to 1 becomes 0 to factor. And then that goes into there. Easy. Cheaper. Probably not cheaper. So now this one, you die, you go into there, you go into there, 0 to that, 0.1 to 1. Bam, 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 bam. Cool. Because, yeah, it just needs a tiny bit of, like grace period, I guess. Hive Mind, how's it going? Good morning, good morning. The another thing I want to do, right? At some point, it shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that hard. At some point, it shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that hard. Is to, I mean, it's sort of already there. Because I'm like wrapping the indices, wrapping the coords. Is to make this Sorry, my OBS just dropped out then. I think we're going to wrap the stream up because I'm not even tired, but I don't know, my throat's getting sore. So I think we'll wrap it up. We didn't do heaps. I mean, we did a fair bit, but we spent a lot of time talking, as we usually do. But I'm glad I keep thinking this fucking thing here is like a tiny little thing on my screen. Let's get rid of it. But yeah, we figured some shit out. I figured out a good way to do the temperature advection without needing to actually calculate the average. I just have to calculate the total change in temperature and then apply that at the end. So that's a much better way. I just need to not forget to do that, basically. But that should all be sorted. And then we just need to calculate the temperature gradient to generate a wind force. I think I can get away with just an up, down, left, right kernel rather than doing a... Yeah, it should spread out over multiple frames, so that's fine. What type of game is it? Making a... I don't even know what to call it. I call it an adventure simulator. So it's kind of like a single player, or like, you know, a player-focused RimWorld fantasy sci-fi game. Where it's just like random, chaotic, simulated bullshit. Except you play as one character that can interact with NPC characters and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we are going to be raiding Mr. Oculus of the odd variety. So, yeah, I mean, look, I'll be streaming again tomorrow night, or tonight, I guess, technically. No, tomorrow morning, if we want to get really technical. Where's my music gone? What? What the fuck? I can't hear anything. I can't... I think you guys hear me. Anyway, my audio's fucked. Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow if you want. So, goodbye. And to the YouTubes, goodbye to you also.